Hello, good morning everyone. Welcome to the Hanalys. 7th time we are gathered here around the security policy, important themes for Finland and Sweden. I'm Erja Yläjärvi, I will moderate this day to you. I'm editor-in-chief for Helsingin Sanomat here in Helsinki. And according to wishes, we will use 3 languages today, so wish me luck. I think it will be interesting. I will give you some short sort of advice for the day. We have several discussions. Some of them are speeches, some of them are panel dialogues. Some of the guests will join us online, and we hope for a good connection. Also welcome, I don't know if the guests who are following us online see me, but also welcome to you who are listening to this streamed both on Zoom and by Reuters. Ärade ministrar,
Distinguished Minister Ambassadors,
interpretation devices. Jag ska byta lite språk.
I'll just switch over into another language so you can check if that functions. And if somebody yet hasn't got the interpretation equipment and wishes to get them, just raise your hands. And I continue in Finnish. You can see the channels.
If I remember them correctly. And always we have some time for audience questions. I'll always use the microphone and just wait until you get one. I will take the questions all combined towards the end of the first part. We will have break around 11 o'clock, and then we will wrap up around 1 p.m. And without further ado, jag önskar välkommen.
I wish you welcome to the scene, Gunvor Krugman, Chief Executive Officer of Hanalys.
Bästa ministrar, excellenser.
Distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly welcome you to Hanasaari, the Hanaholmen Swedish-Finnish Cultural Center, and I would like to welcome you to the seminar organized by us and the Ministries for Foreign Affairs of Sweden and Finland. And every year we focus on 1 or 2 important things for Finland and Sweden. These are things in which Finland and Sweden can deepen their understanding and cooperation. Now we have the Ministers for Foreign Affairs here in the driver's seat, and that means that we can really pin this to the political landscape even better. And it's also important to spend time together outside of this seminar hall, because then you can really deepen your connections, because trust and knowing one another, that's very important in diplomacy and in working together between countries. Cooperation between Finland and Sweden is now deeper and better than it has ever been. And despite that, it's always good to make it even better, even deeper, because that's something you can really build on. Today we will be analyzing a very topical theme. It's an existential theme for all of us. This is Ukraine and its road and path towards an enlarged Europe. It's a question of our role as Western states governed by rule of law and how we act in this very challenging geopolitical situation. We are also talking about opportunities for the future. But what can Finland and Sweden do together to support Ukraine and its path towards the European Union? We can hear today from Ukrainians themselves what are their hopes and wishes for this process. And on behalf of all of us, of this, I'm sure, I would like to express our continuing support for Ukraine. The NATO membership of Finland and Sweden means that we can deepen our security cooperation both in the Nordic countries and outside of the Nordic countries. What is the security development? What does that look like in Europe and here in the Nordic countries. What can we do to support Ukraine in their fight against Russia? How can we help Ukraine in on their path towards the EU? The European Union will be a recurring theme this year because we have the European elections coming up in June, and also a new European Commission will be taking over later this year. So we will be highlighting areas that are important for both Sweden and Finland. At the beginning of the year, we organized a seminar where we talked about the need for preparedness in the EU. Finland and Sweden are the examples here. And last week we heard that the former Finnish President Sauli Niinistö has now taken upon himself to write a report on military defense and preparedness. And this task was given to him by the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. And in the autumn, we will be discussing EU themes together with the parliamentary committees for EU affairs of both countries. And of course, security and defense are self-evident themes in those discussions. And we are very interested to see what comes from the government meeting between Finland and Sweden in September. The Hanalys seminar is organized by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of both Sweden and Finland. So I would like to thank you for this show of trust. This forum will be run both in Finnish, Swedish, and English. We have simultaneous interpretation into all of these languages, and the event will be web streamed as well. I hope you all have a great day, and we can all learn something from today. Thank you.
Tack Gunvor.
Thank you, Gunvor. And next we have a speaker from Kyiv joining us, but we have a bit of a problem with the schedule. But first, I will give the floor to Elina Valtonen, the Finnish Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Minister Billström, kära Tobias.
Minister Billström, dear Tobias, dear guests. Thank you for coming to Hanaholmen. On my behalf, I wish you all warmly welcome. Today, we shall concentrate on Ukraine, and we shall discuss the European future of Ukraine, which is supported warm-heartedly by both Finland and Sweden. It is now 2 years ago when Russia started its ugly and illegal aggressive war against Ukraine. Ukraine continues to fight it rigorously. When we support Ukraine, we are supporting human rights, democracy, and the rules-based international order. It is over 10 years ago now when the Euromaidan took place. Then the Ukrainians expressed a clear wish to become part of the European family. And just a little later, 10 years ago, Russia annexed the Crimean Peninsula to its territory. When we are supporting Ukraine, we are also at the same time preventing Russia's actions, which are violating international law, and they spread all over Europe and the world. A month ago, approximately 30 heads of state and governments met in Paris to demonstrate their support for Ukraine. And it was very clear that the message that we wanted to send, that the situation is critical in Ukraine. And it is important that in a very short-term focus on the necessary needs of Ukraine be met. The country needs arms and ammunition, and during the Paris meeting, new ways were discussed how we can support Ukraine to win the war. We must develop European defense industry. Finland has already taken a decision on increasing significantly the production of ammunition, and that shall secure our capability to support Ukraine in future also. The world is in a very changing situation. Many severe crises need our attention, and at the same time, Ukraine must become our strategic priority. Several countries have agreed on bilateral security commitments with Ukraine. Finland is preparing bilateral security agreements with Ukraine as well. These commitments are a proof of our engagement and partnership with Ukraine whilst the aggression war of Russia continues. Our security commitments are also coupled with the reconstruction of Ukraine. On the long term, Finland has committed to reconstruct Ukraine to become a strong and free European state. Already now, the need of help for reconstruction and restoration is enormous. We published the first part of our national reconstruction plan last December. It focuses in particular on the possibilities of Finnish companies to support Ukraine in the process. And the second part of the plan is under preparation, and it will disclose the general support of Finland to Ukraine. Ukraine is the biggest partner in our development cooperation. Dear guests, we have gathered here to speak about the future of Ukraine as a member state of the EU. It is an important and necessary step to take. The reconstruction of Ukraine goes hand in hand with the reforms that it needs to become a member state of the EU. And Ukraine has taken important steps forward when we consider that at the same time it has been a target for a full-scale aggression war. Finland supports Ukraine on its way towards EU membership and in the implementation of the necessary reforms. The focus is on strengthening democratic institutions, maintaining the international law and fundamental and basic rights, whilst also developing a functioning market economy that is competitive in the inner market. I am convinced that Ukraine has the will and motivation to take the necessary measures. The will and motivation are mutual, as the EU becomes stronger when Ukraine joins it as a member. In the autumn 2022, Ukraine handed in an official application to become a NATO member, and Finland considers the place of Ukraine is in NATO. Ukraine is a sovereign state and has a right to decide on its own security. Dear participants, we strongly condemn Russia's illegal aggressive war. Russia acts against international law and UN conventions and charter. The Finnish society has a strong solidarity towards Ukraine. Most Finnish companies have withdrawn from Russia, and trade with Russia has also stopped. In many EU countries, there is still much to do in this respect, unfortunately. Finland has consistently supported the EU to introduce wider sanctions as a response to Russia's actions. The brutal aggression war has also increased the pressure inside Russia. The death of Alexei Navalny was a shaking piece of news that showed the current situation in Russia. The presidential elections that took place less than a week ago also show clearly how the situation is inside the country. We, exactly as in Sweden, think that there are grounds to react to the situation in Russia by bringing in a new regime of sanctions in the EU, which shall make it possible to have an impact on the repressive actions in the country. In order to reduce Russian invasion, we continue supporting the democratic forces in Belarus too. The Belarusian people deserves a future where they can express themselves freely and without fear. It is important that the authorities of Belarus shall be made responsible for their actions. We shall also continue supporting their sovereignty strongly and the reforms needed for the EU membership of Moldova increases the resilience of the country even against the hybrid influence of Russia. Dear friends, the Hanalys seminar today shows that the unwavering support of Finland and Sweden continues. I am looking forward to our discussions on the security posture of Europe and the path of Ukraine to the European Union. Thank you.
Tack Elina, kiitos. Innan jag släpper dig ennen kuin päästän.
Thank you, Elina. Just one question before we continue. During the past 2 years in Finland, we have talked a lot about war and helping Ukraine in a military sense, but now we are also talking about rebuilding and Ukraine's path towards the EU. In the 1990s, I think many of us remember what kind of hope and belief for the future the EU membership really gave us. So what are your personal thoughts on Ukraine's possible EU membership here in this situation amidst war? Well, personally, Finnish EU membership was a big thing for me. I was living in Germany at the time as a little girl, and I remember that I was thinking that I no longer need to explain to my friends what Finland is, where we are, because we will be a member of the same group. And when I've been speaking with Ukrainians during the past few months and years, I really have seen and heard the Ukrainians wish to become a part of Europe. And I think that's where it all begins, in the hearts of the people. Because if they weren't able to enter the EU, but the reforms still take their country forward all the time. Okay, thank you for those responses. That was a bit of a dialogue. But now I will give the floor to Tobias Billström, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. The floor is yours.
Tack så mycket för det, kära minister Valtonen, bästa Elina.
Thank you. Dear Elina, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be standing here today in front of you and really talk about how strong a partnership we have between Sweden and Finland in military and defense-related matters. We are closer to each other than we have ever been geographically, culturally. We have very strong links between our two countries, and I think the relationship between our countries will become even stronger now that we both are NATO members. On the 18th of May 2022, that was a very important date for both countries because that was the date when both Finland and Sweden applied for NATO membership. This was a revolutionary event for Sweden because our country had been militarily neutral for 200 years. And joining NATO gave us a new identity in terms of our defense and security policy in Sweden. And now, for the first time in 500 years, the Nordic countries will have a joint defense. And since becoming the Minister for Foreign Affairs, I've been able to cooperate with Elina Valtonen and her predecessor as Minister for Foreign Affairs, Pekka Haavisto, and we have had very significant cooperation and dialogue these past few years, and especially during the NATO application process. And we are very grateful for Finland for the support that they have shown us. And Sweden is very much committed to their responsibility and tasks as a NATO member. And Sweden is a trustworthy partner, an ally that can show solidarity, and our commitment and unwavering operations is very important for our collective defense. And Finland and Sweden, through the NATO membership, bring new capabilities for the defense of the Nordic countries and of Northern Europe as a whole. We are now part of a joint defense area, and we will be cooperating with all of our allies to make sure that we can utilize our geographical location and all of our capabilities in strengthening NATO. Both Finland and Sweden recently signed the defense cooperation agreements with the United States, and that is very important because it means that we can cooperate with the United States more easily, also in the context of NATO. Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine is an insult and a breach of the sovereignty of an independent country, but it's also an attack towards the European defense system and our fundamental values and principles, and those of international justice as well. In December 2021, Russia put forth its principles as to how the security system in the world had shifted, and that now it would be a matter of the strongest making the decisions. And in European security, it's key that all of our countries can decide on their security policy by themselves. And when Sweden joined NATO, it has taken upon itself to bear this responsibility of its own defense and also participate in the defense of other NATO member states. Russia's full-scale war of aggression to Ukraine is a breach against the Charter of United Nations. And at the moment, the European security system is not protection enough against the serious threat formed by Russia. We need a security system that can act as a basis for protecting all European countries and for keeping rule of law and the international system intact. These are our key long-term objectives in Sweden. With a heavy heart, I must say that this is now the third year of this war which has brought countless victims, an immense amount of suffering for the people of Ukraine, and that really casts a very bleak shadow over Europe and over international cooperation as well. International justice uniformly condemns Russians' activities, but we have now seen 10 years of Russia's aggression and 2 years of full-scale war. During this time, Ukraine has shown its bravery and its ability to defend itself. And at the same time, Ukraine has done an immense amount of work in getting closer to the EU. It has reformed its governance and systems constantly. And with the support of other countries, Ukraine has achieved considerable results and progress. And dear friends, it is our duty to keep supporting Ukraine both militarily and politically and also financially. And the EU, together with its transatlantic and global partners, will keep this solidarity up. The EU recently decided on a support package for Ukraine and also a special envelope in the European Peace Facility. That's 5 billion euros, and that's for military support. And at the same time, we have more and more military support going to Ukraine, also in the form of ammunition. So more support will be given, and with this long-term support, Ukraine can defend itself, which is very important both for Ukraine and for Europe. And Elina just said that the world is very unstable at the moment, and during these turbulent times, challenging times, we it gives us strength that Finland and Sweden are now very closely linked, more so than ever before.
Här i
Thank you. In Finland, we're always interested in how Sweden sees NATO. And as we are now both members, our countries have cooperated within the EU for a long time, and the political interests have not always been the same, but the cooperation has been very fruitful. How do you see our cooperation in NATO, which is also a political alliance? What will you do together with Finland there? Thank you for the question. I think the answer is quite obvious, as the reason for both countries joining the NATO was, in particular, the strategic situation that we face. As it has been very often said, what is the most important port of Finland in a potential situation of crisis or war? That is Gothenburg in Sweden. And why that? As help and assistance has to come from the West. And through Sweden, with our infrastructure, Finland would get assisted and we could meet the potential threat. And this geopolitical element can further be connected to the Northern Atlantic area, when both countries are now members of the EU. The situation is totally different, and we have to make sure that we are coordinated, we have exercised, and certainly we have also other competencies. And we do know, and we're familiar with Russia. Russia has been our neighboring country over centuries, and that is something what we shall also raise in NATO. That is a competence of immaterial skills and very important element, and also with other things we have to cooperate. For instance, thinking of technology, space technology, other perspectives. And as we do know, Sweden has the capacity to send rockets from its own territory, and it is the second country within the EU. The other country is France. But then France has to go to the French Guiana in order to be able to do that, and we have the capability in northern Sweden for that. Thank you. Let's get back to these questions a bit later. Now I welcome Elina back to the floor and continue the debate. And let's see what is happening online at the moment. But please sit down. We can see also we have a close cooperation and connection even here. And when we speak of NATO, the word space is mentioned very rarely, but it got mentioned now. But let's get back to Ukraine and the security policy situation. What can Finland and Sweden do together in order to help Ukraine to get closer to the European Union? It is a political process taking years. So what could these two countries do concretely to help Ukraine in that? Perhaps most importantly, it is needed to help Ukraine to fight against Russia so that Ukraine will get back its freedom. I think that is most important. We should not forget, however, the EU process nor the NATO process. They are both related to the mentioned reforms that have to be carried out in Ukraine to get rid of corruption, build a real market economy with its transparency, and it will function well. We have to support the democratic process and the Ukrainian society towards it. We know in Finland and Sweden what is needed and what this all is about. And yesterday we had a discussion on how important it is to understand that more and more Ukrainians are now better aware of what it means when we speak about a free society. If people know what their future could be, what the vision is, then we can help to attain these reforms. And it has to come from the people. And we do know that the reforms are already ongoing. The change is ongoing. We cannot stop it. We just have to facilitate and help taking it forward. And therefore, we are excited to get Ukraine to the European Union as well. Indeed, exactly as Elina said. Just a few comments more that I'd like to add to the discussion. I'd like to raise my own or our own experiences in joining the European Union and how the process is, where so you have to have the legal process adopted in the parliament, and you also have to be prepared to sit down and discuss the matters together with the European Commission, even to a great detail. And here we are able to help at practical level. We can assist Ukraine using our budgets to finance certain processes, but we do have people in our ministries, our civil servants, who can help Ukraine very tangibly. And that is how we intend to work. And when Ukraine wishes to join the European Union, it also has a very important and crucial meaning geopolitically for Sweden and Finland, and there is no other place for Ukraine. Its place is in the European home, and we have to make sure that the road is as easy as possible. As a journalist, I'm always very interested in hearing what types of political plans might exist. But what are the concrete actions that you envisage currently? What would be the most acute measures, for instance, in the civil society, that would require reforms? If we can provide assistance, could you give us some concrete examples on that? Yes, I think the plans have become more concrete. Recently, it is about educational measures, and when we sit down and discuss this, I have spoken together with the ministry in charge of integration in the European Union and for the European Union. And I think we need reforms in legislations. We also need to educate judges and anything with a legal perspective, and of course then legislation pertaining to corruption. With all this, Ukraine has succeeded even surprisingly well. And let us now get too much into details, because otherwise we'll be drowning into them. But it is also about being involved in funding certain educational measures to strengthen the reforms. Further to that, we are, of course, also helping in producing digital solutions, and we do have a close cooperation with authorities already in this sector. How to establish a legal system without corruption. For instance, if we speak of tax authorities or similar matters, and that is something that we are already cooperating with, and I know Sweden also has experience of that. We do not have corruption as such, but we have experience on creating such structures just during the last decade, and a concrete example, as we already asked for that, so now we had it. Let's check the situation online. I am not quite sure about the schedule, but perhaps our technician can help. Okay, I think we will continue just after a moment, as I have a list of questions for you. And thank you very much for this discussion now. And I think we'll take the online connection.
I have the honor of introducing you Olha Stefanishina, Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine. She will speak to us from Kyiv. I hope, Olha, that you are with us, and I hope that the connection is now. Oh, I see you at least. Welcome. Unfortunately, we see you extremely well, but we cannot for the moment hear you, so we will just try to fix that. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I feel of not much help here at the moment. Okay, we will try to connect again. I think since the pandemic we are all used to these kind of situations. Welcome back, Olha. Can you raise your hand if you hear me? Yes, that's at least one way connection accomplished. Camera is working. And do we know whether the challenge is here or in Kyiv?
Mrs. Deputy Prime Minister is trying to connect from the cell phone. Just 1 minute.
Yes, I think that the connection problem is on your side, because on my side things are perfectly
Now we hear
working.
you. And of course, this only goes to prove that things are working in Kyiv, which we are happy to hear. Welcome. Now we hear you perfectly. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, colleagues. Yes, the problem is definitely not on our side. Even since the beginning of the full-scale aggression, we have never had the situation of disrupted connectivity. And first and foremost, I want to salute Ministers Valtonen and Billström and thank Finland and Sweden for a continuous and long-lasting sustainable support of Ukraine, not only since the beginning of the aggression, but already since 10 years after the Revolution of Dignity and Ukraine's very conscious choice to move back to European family. So Finland and Sweden has been standing strong and supporting the bond of reforms in Ukraine. And this is also your huge accomplishment, the capability of Ukraine and Ukrainian administration to cope through the war, to survive through the war, but also to make the reforms happen. We did it together. We went throughout this way together. So, and we continue to move together. Probably I will start my note with the gratitude to partners for military support, and first and foremost to our armed forces, because I'm able to address you today We have been blessed to have a more or less safe morning because the last days and the last weeks, Ukrainian cities all over the country has been facing a massive missile attacks with a very combined missiles and drones from the Russian Federation, basically, and many people and victims has fallen as a result of this missile attack. So every morning when we wake up now, knowing that basically we need more air defense and those capabilities which has to be enriched because of expected military support packages from our partners across Atlantic are not there, causes enormous anxiety among people, and basically every morning we wake up is a blessing. So thank you for being with us, standing with us. That matters not less than that every element of the artillery we are able to gain to defend ourselves. So secondly, let me congratulate wholeheartedly Sweden and Finland for finally joining the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the NATO. This is a very important and timely step, and I think a very courageous and resolute sense of the strength of the alliance, and a very strong political response to the Russian aggression. And I'm really looking forward to exploring also personally with the ministers all the journey you've been through until this moment when you're became a member of NATO. We are following your steps as well. We understand that it's important to make sure that every country across Europe is capable to put its input in the global security, but also making European security a sustainable and capable. And I think that without Ukraine or with Ukraine, this will only be possible. And of course, I'm really happy to hear a lot of energy and knowledge around the transformations Ukraine have been going through for the last 2 years of the full-scale aggression, but also moreover through all the period of its independence. I think that we will not be too shy to say that basically we have been blessed to mobilize enormous political concentration before the full-scale war. You know that President Zelensky gained 75% of votes of Ukrainians, which has never been a result at any kind of elections of any kind of president. So there's a huge demand for a new leadership, and unfortunately now President and all of us, we are the ministers and the governance of the wartime. But the credit of trust and energy entrusted to President and his team was enormous. So basically, it allowed us to stay politically united and politically committed to the reforms, but also the speed of transformations that we have entrusted, we've been entrusted by our people, has been the key to our resilience. It has been the key to our ability to function throughout the war. And of course, we were extremely devastated to see the massive destructions which have been brought by the Russian aggression to Ukrainian soil. Enormous amount of assaults and physical torture and murders among civilians in the occupied territories, unbelievable and unprecedentable in its scale and atrocities, the war crimes that we saw. And I'm really grateful that we have found as a nation a strength in ourselves to put ourselves together and to stand as one against the aggression with every ammunition that we had, with Ukrainian armed forces standing with the military ammunition, politicians with their mandates, volunteers with their support, and every Ukrainian with everything they could. And this unity has also mobilized the global unity to support Ukraine. But now, in a situation when the war is lasting for more than 2 years, I'm really proud to see that Ukraine and European Union together are building the new European project, more capable European defense pillar, more capable European defense industry, and European Union leaders, all 27, has found a courage and a strength and a visionary approach to make a decision that Ukraine will become a member of European Union and that all EU leaders will stand as one with Ukraine as long as it takes. I will always tirelessly recall that it's only the European Union who were the first to say that you believe that Ukraine, that the democracy will overcome and that European Union will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes, because the victory comes after the war. And it's a victory of Ukraine, and after that, Ukraine becomes a member of European Union. And believe me, this has not been taken for granted in Ukraine. This has been the choice of almost every single Ukrainian, and we are really happy that it has been taken. Finally, we have made a decision that throughout the war, we will accomplish every transformation which will set up the bond of our democratic resilience, of our democratic institutions, which will set in stone the rules-based procedures, the rule of law, and basically double our efforts and fight against wasted interest, de-oligarchization, and getting rid of every negative legacy we have managed to inherit following the collapse of the Soviet Union. So we did so, and we're extremely proud of that. And moreover, we are proud that it is seen by European countries, and it is enshrined in the political decisions taken at every step of the way. In particular, the decision on opening the accession talks. So in that regard, I can only share on behalf of all Ukrainians the words of a gratitude and a strong support of all European countries, but particularly Finland and Sweden, who have been a long-lasting partner of Ukraine for almost a decade, not only 2 years. And your persistence, your permanent and sustainable support of Ukraine make this project success, make European project a success. And we're really grateful for you to that. And probably the very last thing on my side is that to deliver on every ambitious plan we have, whether it's the future of Ukraine, the recovery of Ukraine, or the future of a strengthened and more capable European Union, we need Ukraine to survive. We need Europe to survive. We need peace in Europe based on a sustainable solution and capability to defend itself. So unfortunately, I have to say that first and foremost, we need more ammunition. We need more solutions which will secure and shield military support to Ukraine and not allow the existence of Ukraine to be a hostage of political processes in different countries. And I'm sure that your countries are capable of seeing and making this shield possible. And secondly, probably a very final outreach to Swedish and Finnish colleagues and ministers. There's only one thing your countries could help Ukraine to advance on its European track, is just help us make it happen. Thank you so much. Thank you for organizing this meeting, and we will not let you get down, and let's move back to Europe together.
Thank you, Olha. One question from us. Your country is a country at war, like you said, and we have discussed a lot here how Finland and Sweden could help Ukraine. Like you said yourself, you need ammunition. But what, looking at Europe from Kyiv, what could we here learn from Ukraine, your fight, in order to strengthen the European defense and security sphere?
Thank you. It's a very important question. I think that this process of learning the lesson has already started. And basically, as you can imagine, Ukraine can have been trying to explore every possible international instrument and an international mechanism to mobilize the support, to mobilize the political will, or to hold Russia accountable for crimes. And at this point, European Union has proven to be the most capable, aggressive, and resilient political union of states. And I think that this lesson have already been learned. First and foremost, the idea of European defense pillar or European defense capability has become something different from a plan or a vision. It has become an element of necessity, and EU has started to immediately address this. First and foremost, the decision to adopt the defense industrial strategy proposed by European Commission has been taking place basically as part of the as part of the market policy. Secondly, there's been a decision and there is a discussions about mobilizing additional capabilities to coordinate the procurement, but also production of weapons, first and foremost to make sure that Ukraine can be ensured with the necessary military support, but also making sure that there is a shield against disengagement of some other partners. Then there is a very clear solution taken on establishing the Ukraine Fund and the European Peace Facility Fund and mobilizing a 5 billion euros annually of resources for the military support of Ukraine, which is also a very strong shield against disruption of this support. So I think these lessons are already learned, and they will be learned even more. And let's not forget that basically it was European Union which opened a defense innovations office in Kyiv. It's in-field office in Kyiv, which supports Ukraine's advancement on defense innovations and defense tech, which is basically the key part around the globe where these innovations has been created, developed, and applied also in a battlefield. So I would only bring to your attention that this is already happening, and we are particularly happy that Ukraine is part of this learning process throughout the way, but also a part of the transformation as well.
Thank you, Olha. With our full support, Ian, we wish you a nice and safe week there in Kyiv. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We will continue with another online speech. We will devote the next hour or so to discussing Ukraine's path to EU with the ambassadors. And before that, we will hear a keynote from Matti Maasikas, who's a special advisor at European External Action Service, EEAS, and former head of the EU delegation to Ukraine. This is also an online speech. We see you very well. Welcome, Matti. Hope we hear you as well this time. Floor is yours.
Kiitoksia. Can you
Yes, we can.
Honored to take part in this conference in Hanasaari. I apologize for not being able to be there in person. Speaking of Ukraine's membership in the EU, we should go back to what does it mean for the EU first. In 2022, the European Union finally became a geopolitical player. It was not formally really the case. For geopolitics entails geography, and Europe's borders are not being drawn, and rightly so. They are defined by each consecutive generation. Geopolitics entails history, and history is something that is not being discussed in the EU at all. For the very simple reason that if the 27 member states have so much history between them, that if we started discussing history, we would not be able to discuss anything. And geopolitics entails choosing sides. And the EU as a peace project by heart, by its DNA, has not been able to choose sides easily. So wherever a military conflict occurred, the Europe's instinct was to say both sides need to show restraint. The most important thing is to get a ceasefire, etc. I'm very proud that the EU leaders, the leaders of the EU institutions, were among the first ones in February, March 2022 to say Ukraine must win this war. And not that both sides, like the aggressor and the country that has been invaded, should show restraint. So we have chosen the side, we have chosen Ukraine's side, and in the eyes of the global south or the rest of the world, the EU and the West in general has chosen the side of Ukraine. And I don't even want to think for 1 second to imagine what would happen to our credibility, to our influence, should our side lose this war. So this is the first and most important imperative of Ukraine's path towards the EU membership. Ukraine is on our side, and Ukraine is family. We don't have time to discuss why has the EU's enlargement policy been so slow after the fifth enlargement, 2004, 2007. But finally, Russia's full-scale aggression, full-scale invasion proved that the European Union cannot afford gray zones in our neighborhood. For there will always be those who would want to come and to paint those gray zones red. And the best way to avoid this is to deploy our enlargement policy. Enlargement policy that transforms large part of our continent for the better, even before the actual accession takes place. As a former Estonian civil servant, I remember and know that very well. When the European Union was awarded with the Nobel Peace Prize back in 2012, out of the 5 reasonings by the Nobel Committee, 4 were related to enlargement, and that proves the that proves the real strength and force of the policy. Imagine if the European Union had Ukraine as its member state, a big, strong member state in a strategic location. It seems like a no-brainer that Ukraine should be brought as soon as possible, as quickly as possible, to the full membership. But of course, one should not take those things ever for granted. First of all, the enlargement policy must remain, and it will remain, a merit-based policy, a merit-based process. The single market that is the basis of much of the EU just cannot function if in some parts of it not all rules, standards, and regulations are being followed. So the homework of candidate countries is crucial, is absolutely crucial, and all the boxes need to be ticked as well. On the EU side, we must be ready as well to take in new members. I don't think, and I'm speaking here in a personal capacity, I don't think that the number of the commissioners in the European Commission will be such big an issue. I know that serious discussions are ongoing on abandoning the consensus rule or the consensus requirement in Union's common foreign security policy and moving to the qualified majority vote. I cannot predict, obviously, the outcome of these discussions, but there is a critical mass, more than a critical mass of member states who actively want this discussion, actively want this to happen. But the outcome is not clear. Ukraine's ability to perform, to deliver, is amazing. When in the spring of 2022, the European Commission presented Ukraine with the questionnaire to form the basis for Commission's opinion on Ukraine's readiness, the first step on the membership path. Answering the questionnaire normally takes candidate countries or potential candidate countries 8 to 12 months. Ukraine did it in 10 days. So that shows that the Ukrainian dedication of what Olga Stefanishina spoke as well. The elephant in the room in the case of Ukraine is the question, can the EU accept a member state that is not controlling its whole territory? And of course, I'm 100% convinced that the outcome of this war is the full restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity in its internationally recognized borders. But ways can be found, and ways have been found, to address even such issues. What matters is that we are clear as the EU on the situation, on our recognition of countries' territorial integrity. And if one starts to think whether a not fully controlling its territory or a conflict with a third country, if that were an obstacle on this country's path towards the EU, that would mean that the EU would cede some of its decision-making autonomy to a third country. It's not then anymore a business between the EU and the candidate country. And I don't see this happening. On the EU side, there is this requirement that that after enlargement, after any enlargement, the EU must maintain its ability to maintain and develop common policies. And here, since all candidate countries are relatively poorer than the EU average, then the policies obviously to take a look at are the cohesion policy and the common agricultural policy. If nothing else changed, if all the other parameters were the same and Ukraine joined today, the yearly budget of the common agricultural policy would probably need to raise from around 60 billion to 100 billion yearly. But it's not a certain that all the rest, that our policies must change or must stay as they are. With each and every EU budgetary discussion, and the EU budget, as you know, is been decided for a 7-year period. With each budgetary discussion, also discussions on reforms on the big money-consuming policies conducted. So a very crucial moment will occur next year in 2025, when the European Commission needs to present proposals for the new EU budget for the years 2028 to 2034. And with that, also proposals of reforms of the cohesion policy and the common agricultural policy. If our budgetary perspective up until 2034 shows that we are ready for enlargement, then our enlargement promise is credible and the motivation on the candidate country side will remain. If the perspective would move beyond what is from now 10 years, beyond 2034, that's for any politician a too long a period. So it is crucial that our next budget and our next reformed policies will be enlargement proof. The EU has always managed enlargement, although always there were fears in some quarters. I was Estonia's ambassador to Finland 2001 to 2005, and I remember well that whereas the absolute majority of Finns welcomed the perspective of the southern neighbor becoming a member state, there were also fears, especially from the side of the trade unions, who feared the massive influx of Estonian workers. Nothing of the kind happened. So enlargement has always been managed. The prize is so big, and the necessity for that, as for the first imperative that I described, to help our side win the war and to help our side becoming a family member. Ukraine's EU path has already become a symbol of the whole EU's ability and success. Thank you.
Thank you, Matti, for your speech. I will now wish you a nice week and welcome on the scene the honorable ambassadors both from Sweden and both based in Sweden, Stockholm, Sweden, and here in Helsinki. Welcome Olga Dibrova, Ambassador of Ukraine to Finland, and Andriy Blakhotniuk, colleague from Stockholm. Welcome. Yeah, please be free to take any seats you want. And I'm sorry for my pronunciation, it's not that fluent yet. We heard already some thoughts about the way of Ukraine to the EU. The symbol was named. We come back to that. But I will start with a slightly personal question. You are both diplomats at times of war, and you talk and contribute to these important political themes and discussions. But how do you keep up your own spirits, your professionalism in the times of war, when it must also feel deeply personal? If you might allow me that kind of question.
Hello. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be at this conference, and I would like to start by thanking the ministers for their very encouraging messages of support for Ukraine, and your countries for leading the polls of support of Ukraine in Europe. But also I would like to thank the organizers of Hanalys.
Yeah,
Hanalys,
sounds completely
I got
correct.
yours right. Yeah, sorry. For picking the topic of the conference, Finland, Sweden, and Ukraine in the expanded EU. Could we think 2 years ago that we will be discussing this topic this time? I think it would be like a dream, like a miracle, but it is happening. And I think that answers the question, what keeps me personally up? It is the belief in us, of our partners, very inspirational solidarity that Ukraine enjoys here in Finland, and also myself personally. And also my personal belief in victory. I really think that this war will end with a full victory of Ukraine, with a full restoration of Ukrainians' territorial integrity. And we will have the war issues aside and will dedicate ourselves completely to fulfilling the numerous plans and ideas and dreams that we have now, aimed at bringing our societies to more welfare, more well-being, and being a full-fledged members of the European Union.
How about you?
Good morning. I fully endorse what my dear colleague and friend has just mentioned, and I join also the words of Olga in expressing profound gratitude to their excellencies, the ministers, and all distinguished speakers for strong support for Ukraine on our integration to EU. And when it comes to what makes us be strong, it's definitely the pictures from Ukraine that we see every day. The strength of people, the motivation of people, the resilience of people, well, how they respond, be it in the battlefield by our military, be it social care workers, be it firefighters. It's the thing that motivates us the best way. Another thing that I would like to refer to is definitely the commitment of political elite and the leadership of the country to deal with this war, to unite people, to keep country economically afloat, supporting the basic need of Ukrainians. The third point that I would like to refer to is definitely when it comes to the whole diplomatic system, how it works. because we communicate every day with our colleagues in Kyiv, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other institutions. We see how they work. And during this war, this big war, the team spirit, that we should work more effectively, we should do more, has definitely become stronger. And that many things keep us motivating. And we see that, well, in the case of this war, of this big war, the vast majority of population is influenced by this war. Our relatives, our friends. So a lot of things. But definitely, in any case, we cannot be tired, especially when we are posted abroad, when we are working and enjoy staying in very good environment, enjoying good friendship with our host countries. It's not everywhere, definitely, but definitely we should do more.
So what I hear from colleagues working in and with Ukraine is that your remarks on how it spreads to all of the society, not only the military battlefield, but things work, ordinary things like social workers and firefighters you mentioned. And I personally find it very inspiring. We heard the willingness from ministers here to continue with the support. We also are very familiar with the kind of need for continued military help. What kind of support would you expect from Finland and Sweden on the political road to the European Union or NATO? And what would be relevant for you and Ukrainian people?
What do we need in Ukraine? You know, first of all, we need peace. And we need our partners to help us win this war. Yesterday, the mostly watched video on the Ukrainian social media was the video of Ukrainian children who were running towards the bomb shelter with the sounds of bombs and missiles falling over their heads. And this is truly striking. So we need the environment that would allow us to devote us fully to reform of our country, to reform of our society, and to rebuild our country. So security is key. Already now, the air defense systems that have been provided to Ukraine by our partners, they help to save lives in Ukraine, they help to save our cities and villages, but definitely they are not enough. And I will pick up with what Deputy Prime Minister Olga's definition I was talking about. We need air defense systems, we need all kinds of defense material and ammunition to prevail on the battlefield, because the only road towards peace lies through the battlefield and through Ukraine's victory on the battlefield. We definitely need the prompt decisions of the European leaders aimed at ramping up the defense industry in Europe and considerable increase in production of defense material and ammunitions. We need financial and humanitarian aid. We need to further isolate Russia so that it is prevented from the possibility to continue this war, as until now we unfortunately find the electronic parts in the Russian missiles that have been produced and have been supplied to Russia from the West. And we need as a consequence, the support for Ukraine's vision of peace, which is President Zelensky's peace formula. But you asked about how it is with the EU and NATO. I think what will be symbolic for Ukrainian people is the official launch of the negotiations with the European Union. Since these past 2 years, and I'm so grateful that it has been noted by nearly all the speakers that Ukraine has done tremendous work. we have shown our dedication and our ability to reach success in our reforms. But this official launch of the negotiations, official first step of our path towards EU would be of really tremendous importance.
When it comes to what we need desperately from EU partners and all our friends abroad, the first thing I would like also to reflect what my dear colleague has just mentioned is the unity of European leaders when it comes to making very important strategic decisions. Because on the one side, we continue our fight, but at the same time, the issue of motivating people and keeping this motivation high for each and every person in Ukraine is absolutely important. In this sense, by being strongly committed to continue with reforms, we really, genuinely, as I'm not Spain as ambassador, but an ordinary Ukrainian, we are expecting strong messages and bold decisions when it comes to agenda that we are now discussing with EU leaders on the future steps when it comes to our EU integration. Coming down to technical things, definitely what can be done now. We really need your experience and generous advice and expertise when it comes to capacity building. Capacity building is really very important. Training is very important. Education of government officials, professionals, even by sending the advisors from Sweden, Finland, Nordic countries to Ukrainian delegation when we start negotiation process with EU. It will be vital, it will be important, because we need this advice. We are committed and we will deliver as fast as we can. But in order to be successful and effective, in order to have this motivation, we definitely need a lot of things. We have very good conclusions of the most recent European Council meeting. Everything that we need, everything that we should concentrate on is there. Now we should continue from both sides.
You mentioned before that we cannot afford to become tired. And you said that you have the willingness and you are taking the steps and it's documented in your progress. Coming from a sort of EU country with a slightly cynical journalistic view that now we have had the unity from the political leaders of the Union, but we have seen along the years that the Union has not always been so unanimous around the enlargement issues. What would be the message be for the sort of, if there are politicians that there are elections coming for the EU Parliament, there are domestic issues in countries without war. So if this sort of sentiment starts to veer, how to say, from this unanimous council decision, what would your message be to politicians in the EU?
I think it is understood that the future of Ukraine is not just about the future of Ukraine, it's also about future of Europe. It's about sending the right signal to the aggressor and possible other aggressors in the world, whether they can influence, whether they can deprive an independent country from their sovereignty, whether they can, play dirty games with the European Union. So there unity of the EU to take Ukraine, to acknowledge Ukraine's place in the EU and to strengthen their defense by including Ukraine, I think is key and good enough message for the politicians to explain their voters that the end of war in Ukraine and the result of war in Ukraine is what directly influences the future of every European.
Would you sell, so to say, the message the same way, that it's also in the interest of the European countries themselves. It's not only about Ukraine.
In my humble opinion, what kind of message we could send as Ukrainians to our dear friends, European leaders, and our friends all over the world? That one thing is very crucial for us. It's our decision, and we will continue to fight. We will continue to fight despite all the atrocities, and we will definitely win this war together, absolutely. This is the support and unity from all our partners is vital for Ukraine. At the same time, it's strategically important for the European Union itself, the member states, because it's the biggest war that takes place in Europe, in the heart of Europe. We don't have luxury. We should be united, despite all the difficulties, despite political discussions, which are important part of democratic societies, despite different visions, elections. The unity is the basis, the unity and strategic vision of European leaders.
We have mentioned the need for reforms, and when we have heard about the need of reforms, but like our Foreign Minister Valtonen mentioned in her answer, that it's not for some outside forces or outside vision you make the reforms, it's the reforms for the Ukrainian people, like it was for other countries before. What are the most pressing reforms the Ukrainians themselves want and need? The European Council reports, they mention corruption, you mentioned the education and training, but from the perspective of the Ukrainians themselves, where is the most pressing need or willingness for reforms?
Let me start this point. Firstly, it's about our choice. It's about our choice, and I fully agree with statements that we are doing these reforms not because we are asked by our friends and good supporters. Reforms are being implemented for our own people, for all of us. So it means that when this broad agenda of continuing reforms is supported by the absolute majority of Ukrainian people, definitely it is reflected in strong commitment by government and all institutions. Definitely we understand that the country is fighting and struggling through this war. So doing multiple things at the same time, on the one side fighting on the battlefield, supporting people's basic needs, and on the third side, whatever, implementing the reforms, doing everything possible and impossible to deliver. It's the thing that is very important to understand. So we really want to have good governance. People of Ukraine really want to have successful reform of our judicial system. We really want to have society free of corruption and all those kind of risks. This is our genuine will and our genuine choice. So that means that despite the war, we will continue to do this. We will continue to implement the recommendations of the European Commission, other institutions, and definitely a strong support we also receive from our civil society, which is absolutely important and crucial when it comes to exercising the control of people on how the state is conducting reforms. So we are doing this and achieving, I think, very, very good results.
I would like to refer to the wishes of local communities in Ukraine. Since the full-scale invasion of Russia started, Finnish local authorities and local communities really stood up as a very powerful figures to support Ukraine. And this led to incredible strengthening of cooperation at the regional level between Ukraine and Finland. And our embassy undertook this mission to find partners for Finnish municipalities in Ukraine, which I think is quite successful since the number of partners already nearly tripled. And we conduct the meetings, trilateral meetings with the Ukrainian and Finnish municipalities and the embassies, discussing what are the areas that are of particular interest to them. And nearly every Ukrainian municipality states that they want to learn how to be a good EU city or town. They are very much interested in the continuing of decentralization reform that has started in Ukraine several years ago, yet before the invasion. They are very much interested in the improvement of local governments in Ukraine, and they're interested in very practical things. How to make Ukraine the country with the fresh air, like in Finland. How to make Ukraine the country where tap water can be drinking. How to make Ukraine the country with a good waste management. How to do forest management and, you know, green transition, digitalization. So I think this is all in all reflects also our need for reforms and our wish to become the EU member.
I just have to, on a personal note, say that listening to you and combining all these things, the practical everyday things and these huge existential issues your country is facing, our need for reform here and how hard it feels in Finland somehow puts things in perspective, really. We will wrap this panel shortly and have a last one before the break, but as a summary, after all you have said, what is the sort of one or two single most important support, help, greetings for EU decision makers, the priority for you as a diplomat today? What would that be?
Air defense and ammunition.
We are talking definitely about, military hardware. To continue with reforms, we need to survive. And for that, we need any kind of a system that we can get. And to have this assistance come to Ukraine on a sustainable, durable basis. A lot of things are connected to that. Ramping up production, building new partnership, supporting bilaterally, supporting in cooperation with other countries. We have this now in practice, but definitely we should double our efforts.
Sustainable increased military help. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ja, thank you. Nu byter vi lite språk.
Now we shall switch the language into Swedish and Finnish as well. And now we've had 2 panel discussions. Now we'll get another one before the break. And we shall discuss a bit from the Swedish and Finnish perspective, the parliamentary perspective. So I do welcome Kimmo Kiljunen from the Finnish Foreign Affairs Committee of the Parliament, and Aron Emilsson from the Swedish Foreign Affairs Committee, Ville Niinistö, an MEP, and Niels Torvalds, also from the European Parliament. Welcome all of you.
Tervetuloa. Nu var det ett önskemål.
Welcome. So the wish was to run this in bilingually. Let's see how we can manage. So at least Kimmo will speak Finnish, and then the rest of the panelists, if I understood well, will speak in Swedish. We've heard a lot from the security political perspective from Ukraine and how important it is to get military support. And now I'd like to turn into political realism in both Finland and Sweden, and also the upcoming European elections as well, just before the summer. Matti Maasikas took the floor, speaking very pragmatically about the matter. So if Ukraine should become a member, we should speak about the common agricultural policy, cohesion funds, majority decisions versus consensus decisions, issues of great importance, which have not been easy even earlier for the European Union. How does it look now from the European Union perspective? Haven't listened to the vision on Ukraine, so how does it look in future? Let's take a first round and then we continue. Thank you. And thank you for the invitation. This is really a positive aspect in many respects, I have to say. First and foremost, we have to express our absolute support to Ukraine, both on a short-term and long-term basis. Military support, humanitarian support, all kinds of support. And I do believe that it is very much about asking the right questions, giving the right type of support to Ukraine. Many wise things have been said so far today here, but it is about recognizing the reforms and steps taken forward, which are exceptional, thinking of the war which is going on in the country. What if the country would be living under peaceful circumstances? So this is a great success under these circumstances now. So we have to also put a pressure on the European Union, living its promises, and things run fast, not so fast when we think of the military support to Ukraine in terms of providing weapons and ammunition, for instance. We also have an institutional short-term memory. We were just seeing Sweden holding its presidency of the European Union, so we can say how you get to know better the European institutions, how the decision-making process goes forward. And as has been said here by the ambassador of Ukraine to Sweden, it is about education, giving advice to civil servants. And in future, I think we have to concentrate on the requirements of reforms to Ukraine, how they will be implemented. We have concentrated too much on what instead of concentrating on how. I would not like to speak either in Finnish or in Swedish because I noted
all diplomats, etc., if you allow,
Of
Madam
course.
Chair, because it would be easier now to utilize the common lingua franca.
That is also very welcome.
English, exactly. Thanks very much for excellent presentations, and I enjoyed thoroughly both Olga Dibrova, ambassador here in Helsinki, and also Olga Stefanicca, Deputy Prime Minister from Kyiv. Both actually expressed their gratitude for Finland and also for Sweden for help. I would like to stress actually very clearly, the solidarity in Finland for Ukraine might be actually strongest in any countries of the world. I say might be strongest in any countries in the world. Why so? 24th of February 2022 wasn't the date for Finland. For us, the date was 30th of November 1939. We witnessed, experienced the same brutal aggressor from the same direction. And very deeply in our mind, obviously is that date whole population had a strong solidarity. We understood it's an existence question for you as a nation. And that's why our answer to you was straight away, we were alone, you will not. Sweden actually contributed for us a little bit, but we were practically alone on those days.
Förutom lite hjälp.
But you got a bit of help, just a little bit, thank you.
We were very much alone, and we felt it so much, and you will not be alone. And that's why the deep solidarity from our side. Matti Mansikas took up the issue that obviously now enlargement in Ukraine, enlargement of the European Union and focus on Ukraine so strongly is partly of the geopolitical change in Europe. And that's true also. That is true also. Unfortunately, actually the geopolitics determines the issue. 20 years back, West Balkan was actually already given the European perspective. Merits, one country, Croatia 2013, no else. Now geopolitics has changed the situation. And Matti Mansikas mentioned that in all cases, when we have enlargement processes in big scale, there's a demand for basic treaties, to look at the basic treaties, even constitutional changes, as we can call it. It was Maastricht in 1990s, when the enlargement took place, Finland and Sweden joined. In 2004, it was 12 Central East European countries joined. We had a convention head by Giscard d'Estaing, drafted the Constitution for Europe, which is the basic treaty now, 2007 Lisbon Treaty. And now, same discussions, should we need qualified majorities, etc. Actually, I was a member of the convention 2003, 2004, making the abstentions, etc., to make decision within union also in future. So it's not necessary to have a cumbersome process like convention or anything else for basic treaties. But then it was a big question. I finalize here because he very clearly, Matti Mansikas mentioned here today, geography is back, geopolitics back, and we are speaking the borders of Europe. True, in the convention where we drafted the Constitution for European Union, the basic questions was which countries are eligible to become members of European Union? Which countries are eligible for that one? And the first paragraph is actually in Lisbon Treaty states that the Union is open for all European states which are committed for common values, and the common values are obvious human rights, rule of law, and democracy. Council of Europe, the European Human Rights Convention obviously is necessary to be signed and be a member of Council of Europe in order to be eligible to European Union. But European countries, how Europe is defined? Is it geographically defined, culturally, or political-historically? And we can go to those details, looking from Atlantic to Ural, or look at geography, or looking obviously culturally, we've been Hellenic, Jewish Christian belief, Hellenic philosophy, Roman justice, and sorry, I understand that I'm too long.
Jag måste erkänna att vi kanske inte går till...
I have to say that perhaps we won't go back to the Hellenic cultures.
This is now discussing which are eligible. I finished here.
Nielsen, Ville, nu är jag lite förvirrad om
Niels and Ville, I'm a bit puzzled which language I should use. Perhaps I'll just continue in Swedish.
Allt det här att vi har stöd.
If we think that we wish to support Ukraine so strongly, and it seems that the will does exist, at least in principle, but as politicians you may perhaps admit that inside Europe, between European countries, it is not always about such enthusiasm. So how can we build a bridge together so that we can see a strong political will from the European Union to support Ukraine? How can we build a bridge? It is important to understand that we wish to defend Ukraine, offer the opportunities for Ukraine to win the war against Russia and defend their own country. That has to happen first. We can see that there is a bit of lacking of information about the Russian policy making, even in the big three EU countries, Germany, France. And then the warnings that Putin wishes to give to the Western countries, how things could escalate if there is a response. And that is also very typical for Russia, how it wishes to exercise power towards us, and many, such as Olaf Scholz, will fall into this trap of reflectionist control of Putin, and we'd have to put a stop to that. We have to support Ukraine with all traditional means and weapons that are available to us, and in Europe we speak about having to support Ukraine as long as it's needed. But that is wrong. We have to give such a big support to Ukraine as possible. And we do have a very strong political support in Sweden and in Finland. And taking a look into the European Parliament, this support exists too. Of course, criticism is expressed towards the support to Ukraine for different reasons. There are those who pretend to understand Putinism. They wish to be anti-imperialist against the traditional policymaking of the USA, the Western world, or NATO. Russia should be understood, or a compromise should be achieved. Then there are people who consider that sanctions are not good for our economies. So first and foremost, we have to make sure that the majority will stand with Ukraine, and we also actively support it in many ways. Currently, this majority is on a bit of an uncertain basis, but there is a change for the better. Germany has increased its support. France has started speaking of needing more support, even though Emmanuel Macron has given somewhat strange statements on about peace negotiations with Putin, as Putin certainly does not want any of that. So we do need an increased support. We have different new solutions. We wish to invest more on defense industry in Europe. We have increased it and its capacity, and we produce weapons and ammunition to Ukraine. Therefore, the European Union, as it improves its cooperation and makes it more efficient, that is also a way to help Ukraine. And in addition to that, I agree with the previous speakers. When the European Union enlarges, it also guarantees our value base and protects peace in Europe. It is costly, but if we don't do it, it costs us even more. And we have to make sure that the political system and the rule of law in Ukraine are in such a shape that it can become member as soon as possible. And we have to help Ukraine as much as possible, working around questions pertaining to energy. And Ukraine has synchronized its own system to be close to the European system. So it is quite surprising how it can take such action, as Russia paralyzes the whole system, thinking of big cities without heating. So Ukraine has been doing a great job, and we can assist in that. Currently, we also help Ukraine in enlargement. I try as the member of the Environmental Committee to tackle that matter, because there is an journalist who in one magazine always tells us the unpleasant truth. So we have to be of the understanding that we do need leadership. We have a commission which has a very complicated organization, and we cannot hear the leading voice to tell us where we are heading for. Our economy is always lagging behind if we think or compare ourselves with the USA. So Europe is in a bit of a bad shape. And the funds do exist. We have always, when speaking about enlargement, had Germany on the payer's side, and now Germany considers that we have run out of money and we cannot see any further enlargement. In addition, it is a bit unpleasant when we use a word that was used 20 years ago. We spoke about peace dividends, meaning that we did not invest on our own defense production. Finland bought all of its vehicles, for instance, from the Netherlands, as they thought they would never need them anymore. And I won't tackle what the Swedes did. It wasn't much wiser either. It will take years before we shall get over this. There is a big danger that those who took care of themselves, for instance, Finland, do not get the money, but France will get the allocations. Therefore, we are facing huge challenges with leadership, with funding, and with will. We cannot demand that Ukraine would believe in the future if we do not believe in the future ourselves. It is regrettable that the EU parliamentarians have to tell us the bad news, but that is the case. And that is why I wanted to ask the question. I wanted to ask the question of Kimmo and Aaron as well, regarding to how both these dimensions can exist at the same time. There could be a will, in principle, to help Ukraine, but it may be true what is being heard from the MEPs here. So how can we combine these two into one message that sounds reasonable for an ordinary citizen who reads the news, watches the television, and doesn't quite understand what the debate is about? It can be understood that Ukraine is in the war and we wish to help it, but how do we combine that with reality? An excellent question. And it is important when we think of the Swedish Foreign Affairs Committee. And we do have budget restrictions, which is something of importance for us. The EU budget is very large in relation to the GPT of the countries and its development, and therefore we have to remember that EU as an organization has to be ready to reform itself and also make different choices with regards to its budgeting procedures. As more and more Europeans demand that there should be preparedness to pay more, be it about taxation, European taxation, or other measures which are not supported by national parliaments. So this dimension has to be included. We cannot just erase it. Of course, we wish to speak about these issues before the European elections, also as we wish to also give the support to Ukraine based on the principle, and that is also good when we speak about the foreign and defense policy of Europe. I do believe, though, that when the population supports strongly Ukraine, and then you say which country is the strongest supporter, so perhaps we have again a competition between Sweden and Finland, but this has to be credible and reliable, and we have to also bear in mind the new members and economy. Something I'd like to contribute here is, as I read an interview where it was said that this is an excellent opportunity to set clear requirements about the reforms which are being implemented in Ukraine. As many have met Ukrainian representatives, and with the consideration that Ukraine wishes to become a member to the European Union due to the reforms that are being implemented, not because Ukraine is in a war. Okay, I'll switch into Finnish now as well. Well, that is as good, and I think I might do. And otherwise we would have just all been speaking in English, but the question was very relevant. It is a known phenomenon that we get tired of war as such a brutal aggression started. European-wide, both politicians and nations were unitedly supporting Ukraine. That was obvious. And now we meet the economic realities as the warfaring goes on its third year, and we have to think of it. In Finland, it is even more politically acute now, as we do have such a government in place which exceptionally harshly is making savings on public spending, and there's a question whether we can afford supporting Ukraine and providing a wider support also for our own defense. We do have a national consensus here, which is also dividing the nation, people, as well as also the political decision makers. At this point, we are investing, as the reality is what it is, we are investing on defense, military defense, and that is something that the Finnish government is not tackling, rather expressing thanks that there is money to be used, and we are not setting any limitations as parliamentarians to this spending. It is an interesting detail that the government, by the Ministry of Finances, said in the parliament that the major cuts have been made into development cooperation, and that, of course, is then targeted to the poorest of the world. And at the same time, we have strongly increased bilateral and humanitarian cooperation with Ukraine. Never in Finnish history has there been such a country receiving such bilateral cooperation funds as Ukraine now. So we do have an undivided interest to support Ukraine, both in military assistance and in humanitarian ways, as that is about development. Of course, defense is number one, but then there's an ethical question for them to be able to join the European Union. They have to have the structures for democracy, for the rule of law ready. How to combine that, as if we think that we do have the will to assist and help Ukraine and also defend ourselves and provide bilateral help. So where does this help come from? Which are the indirect means, the EU package, cohesion fund? So then Finns tend to be more critical. How do you see this from your perspective? If we'd consider that we support Ukraine, helping them to join the European Union, and then it has its cost, as Kimmo said. I guess we also have to change the direction in terms how we fund the European Union and Finland if we consider how much the USA is investing on its industrial development. And the European corporations wish to invest in companies in the USA. We're speaking in climate policy, which also creates jobs, and then there's the defense interest to assist Ukraine. So we have to have more funding at European level. We have to discuss the European budget, how to make it a stable, conservative support system supported by a majority concerning also future investments and defense. That is always a difficult issue amongst member states. We do have a triangle in Europe, however, that has to be solved. Big global climate changes, environmental changes, developing the European economy, competitiveness, and the defense policy. We do have to find resources to implement all this. Thinking of democracy, the rule of law, and the European budget needs more money. We have to create new European taxes. We don't always have to take it out of citizens' pockets. But if within 10 years Ukraine would become a member of the European Union, there will be other countries too in the fore. So this is a big question in the European Union as such. Just a quick comment. I am familiar with the European budgetary process better. Perhaps some of you may vote Ville, so please bear this in mind. It is not possible that we could increase the European budgetary funding. What we can do simply is that we increase our debts in different ways. France has 110% of debt in its public GPT. And we do need a qualified majority decision on budgetary issues. So therefore, you have to remember the idea of making the budget bigger to solve our problems is quite irresponsible. We have to prioritize how we use our budgetary allocations, and that is why I referred to leadership. We do need leadership that can prioritize. And then about Ukraine. Ukraine has said that they don't need support for the agriculture. And why is that? When I studied in Moscow, I had a Jewish teacher who said that the black soil is so fertile that you can even put a walking stick and plant it in there and it starts to grow. And that's why they do not need support from the agricultural allocations. But we have taught that daddy will always pay to the members. So anytime we want to do something, we also need to get funding for that. That is really a bad education. And that is how I wouldn't like to teach my children. I'd like to raise them so that when they take the garbage bin outdoors, they didn't get any money against that. And obviously, we'd like to discuss more about this. We'll take another short round and then we'll take a break and then we continue. You are here present as Nordic politicians. Having listened to the debate this morning, what would be your most important message, not to your voters, but to citizens? What is the most important that we can do for Europe or for Ukraine, as briefly as possible? Let us start from my left. It is important to strengthen the message that Ukraine is in a war which is common for all of us if we think of our values and principles. And it has a strong support by our nations. We have to acknowledge that. We have to look into how we can contribute that. For instance, we can provide education. And now the membership of Ukraine was raised, and 2 years ago it was nearly impossible to imagine that. So it was the geopolitics that decided, and I'd like to understand this so that on a long-term basis, geopolitics is built upon us seeing enlargement against something. And I'd like to twist this idealistically, also realistically, rather saying for somebody. And I'd like to see that Ukraine joining Europe, becoming a member of the European Union, is not against anyone. It is for the Ukrainian people. We share certain values about good governance, democracy, a community that invests on human well-being. And that is the large perspective for Ukrainians, for us in Europe, so that we can get you on the same boat. If I can just speak very briefly, yes, you can. You're a politician. EU has a sovereign debt of 80% of GDP. In the USA, the figure is 124. And we consider that the US has money, but less. In the US, they have funds 15 times more, and at federal level even more. And we have big in single market. We have to cherish that. We have to provide funding for industrial development too, and provide state aid so that we won't destroy the internal markets. That is important. Countries can use their own funds for the support, or we have to find new means on how to take action. I am not saying that we should get more funding, but our economy has to survive. As to Ukraine, it is important that we continuously support the Ukrainian society so that it can survive in the war against Russia, and at the same time build structures that are needed to become a member of the European Union, and that has to take place simultaneously. We have to agree on that. Then a very brief question. What are we facing in near future days and months? Probably Russia will intensify its attacks. They will make use of the terrorist act in Moscow. And what have we done during this time? We have not been able to provide the weapons and ammunition to Ukraine that they would have needed. We have made it possible for such a window of opportunity to arise for Putin, and therefore time is very scarce for us to take action, and we have to make it happen. Therefore, it doesn't help, or if we could convert the speeches of politicians during this 1 hour, it would have generated billions. Now, speaking is not enough. We need actions. And that is why I want to emphasize that Ukraine has a right to expect leadership from the European Union. Thank you to the panelists.
Och tack för hela förmiddagen. Thank you for the morning. We are running 10 minutes behind the schedule. That's not that dangerous. And now we have a small pause and break for coffee. Please be back at past. So 20 minutes or so have you time and then continue. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It was very interesting for me too. Okay, now it's on. Welcome back, everyone. There might be guests coming in, but let us continue anyway with the program and part 2 of today. And we will concentrate now on Sweden and Finland and the development of EU's security policy position. We will start with hearing a pre-recorded keynote speech from Heather A. Conley, who is president for German Marshall Fund of the United States in Washington. Then we will hear a comment on the speech by Hannah Smith, who is Senior Strategic Advisor to the Secretary General of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE. And then we will have a panel discussing more of the Swedish and Finnish aspects of Arctic and European security position, not forgetting Ukraine, of course. But let us give the floor or the screen to Heather A. Conley.
Well, it is a great honor to be with you. I only regret that I cannot be with you in person. But again, thank you so much for this kind invitation to speak. As I was preparing my remarks for you, I have to say I reflected on a leadership principle by the great General George C. Marshall, someone who I deeply admire. He had a leadership principle that went like this: look to the future and prepare for new conditions that require action. So I believe Sweden and Finland followed Secretary Marshall's astute observation about always preparing for the future, looking to the future and preparing for those new conditions. Certainly Sweden and Finland did that in 1995. After the Soviet Union collapsed, they looked to the future and you prepared for a new condition, joining the European Union in 1995. And I would argue Sweden and Finland did that exactly again when looking to the future, preparing for new conditions, began to have a closer and closer partnership with NATO until the moment when a geostrategic shift occurred. And again, they were preparing for new action, and when Sweden and Finland decided to join NATO. These are two incredibly powerful moments. It was looking to the future. What were the needs and interests of Sweden and Finland, and achieving those important memberships into the European Union and to NATO. So as I reflected, and of course I am here to talk about Sweden and Finland and the EU's evolving security posture, another reflection I had was simply thinking about European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen's comment when she first took office in 2019. She spoke about a geopolitical commission. So what creates or what allows for the European Union to be a geopolitical actor? Well, for me, that answer really comes through enlargement. Enlargement of the European Union is, in fact, in my view, the European Union's most significant geopolitical action. It has increased the European Union's borders. It has given prosperity and greater security to millions of Europeans. This has, in fact, been an incredibly difficult process for the European Union, because what makes it geopolitical is its most difficult political decision, to welcome new members into the European Union. So I wanted to just take this reflection, and again, anniversaries are so powerful for us to reflect. So next year, it'll be the 30th anniversary of when Finland and Sweden joined the European Union. And actually this year, we are celebrating what we call the Big Bang enlargement, the 20th anniversary of the enlargement when the Baltic states and Central Europe joined the EU. So we find ourselves at this extraordinary moment at these anniversaries of considering a new and even bolder enlargement for the European Union, making this act, the inclusion of Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, even the Western Balkans, expanding the European Union, making that perhaps the European Union's most significant geopolitical act. Now, it's not an accident that the expansion of the European Union has instilled hope, inspired hope, and sought the post-Soviet states' desire to join the European Union, to join NATO. It's not an accident in the run-up to that Big Bang European Union enlargement of Central Europe and the Baltic states in 2004. What preceded it? The Rose Revolution in Georgia. What occurred after it? The Orange Revolution in Ukraine in 2004, 2005. These people yearning for a European destiny. And of course, we saw in those acts where Russia began its own revisionist vision of its neighborhood. So again, the geopolitical act does create those actions that we now see with dramatic effect today. So to think about Sweden and Finland and the evolving position of the European Union as a security actor, let's focus on Ukraine becoming a future member of the European Union and NATO, Moldova, Georgia, the Western Balkans. Here we are already beginning to see and understand how powerful this will be. We understand the internal power of this decision, where agricultural lobbies are extremely concerned because Europe's common agricultural policy will dramatically change when Ukraine becomes a member of the EU. Its security posture will change. Here, Europe will have perhaps its most capable military in Ukraine as a future member, strengthening the EU's security posture. And one day, when Ukraine, I believe and very much hope, joins NATO, will also enhance NATO's security. But these decisions right now feel like insecurity for the European Union, but they are in fact that geopolitical decision will increase its security. So as we think about the EU's evolving security and the power of both the European Union's enlargement and NATO's enlargement, we are seeing this geopolitical action creating new impetus, new important strength, whether it's military strength, economic strength. And in fact, that was very much the thought behind enlargement. So you took George Marshall's words to heart. You looked to the future, you understood conditions were shifting, you joined important institutions that would enhance your security, the European Union, as well as NATO. We have a generational decision again to look to the future, prepare for conditions, protect Europeans, and strengthen our security. Now that is an exciting geopolitical adventure that the transatlantic relationship is ready for. Thank you again for this incredible opportunity to speak to you. We welcome warmly Sweden and Finland as fantastic new members of NATO, and we look forward to strengthening the US-EU security dialogue in these very uncertain geopolitical days. Thank you again so much, and best wishes for a great conference.
No niin, ja mä toivotan tervetulleeksi saman.
And immediately I want to welcome Hannah Smith to give us a comment address. Thank you, and an excellent morning to all of you. I'd like to thank you for your invitation to give a comment to such a great address. And before I start, I'd like to emphasize that I am here at my personal capacity, and things I say does not represent any opinions of the OSCE. Heather A. Conley emphasized strongly how we have to prepare for future and anticipate. That is one of the most important issues, as to date we are building the future of European security. And during this morning we heard from our ministers of foreign affairs that it all starts from people. The wish to become heard has been one of the key factors when different countries have wanted to join either EU or NATO, be it about Sweden or Finland, the Big Bang enlargement in 2004. And here I'd like to emphasize in particular that enlargement is not from the initiative of the European Union or from NATO, but it is because of the will of the countries themselves. And we also heard that many can see the right of the stronger in global policy making. And that is exactly against our European Union and NATO and their existence. So we are doing things jointly so that some strong actors would not be able to define everything on behalf of everybody else. Something that was very interesting in the address of Heather Conley is how enlargement has impacted European security. What are the changes that have occurred? What are the new measures? So each enlargement has brought something new, a new era. The fact that it has impacted geopolitics does not perhaps mean that enlargement as such would be geopolitics or an instrument of geopolitics. This is an argument that we have to battle with quite a lot, in particular with Russia, as one of the key arguments of Russia is that the enlargement of EU and NATO is about sheer geopolitics and somehow decreases the security of Russia. However, interestingly, as democracies should, we have to take a look into our own politics, our thoughts, and where we are heading for in order to become better. That is why it might be good to ask the question whether building Europe is not yet final and why enlargement has been considered difficult. If those who would wish to join European Union or NATO are the ones where people of these nations want to be included, who wish to build a better future for the whole of Europe. Today, we've also discussed quite a lot about Ukraine. And that is, of course, an important issue, not to forget the Balkans, Moldova, Georgia. The fact that very often we have discussed European identity. Today we've heard quite a few technical things that could be developed, what can be demanded for accession, and I'd like to raise the question of identity. As for Ukraine, it is quite interesting. How is Ukraine related to European history? How close its history is to ours? We might have to take a look 1,000 years backward in European history, although it was mentioned that we won't go into the Hellenic times, but the time, which is also in the history books very often written into the Russian history section, as that was the time when Ukraine was a key player in European politics. Ukrainian identity was created already then. So therefore, if we consider the EU enlargement, EU security, identity should be seen as one of the strong pillars to build European security. We can speak different languages, we may have different experiences and practices, and it may sometimes feel strange whether we really belong to the same Europe. Even between Finland and Sweden, sometimes we may feel that do we really understand each other? But finally, the fact that we feel togetherness, we have joint objectives and a joint past, that creates a feeling of security and a strong resilience, the ability to resist the threats we are facing. And that, in the end, helps us to build a better European security even in future. And with this thought, even with regards to the development of the rule of law, digitalization, we also have to link into that the identity, and that also helps us to have Ukraine as part of the European security. Thank you.
Kiitos, Hanna.
Thank you, Hanna.
Serious 50 minutes in front of us to discuss the EU's security future, the coming years. As we heard, that the key is to prepare us. And I will invite to the panel Veronica Angel, professor from Johns Hopkins University, Martin Krag, who is from the Swedish Institute of International Affairs, Niklas Helvig from our Finnish Institute of International Affairs, and Siniku Kasari, also from Finnish Institute of International Affairs. Thank you and welcome. No worries. Just maybe easier if I see everyone. Yeah, welcome everyone. You come from a bit different backgrounds. You have a long research career in European politics and affairs and questions, and you're familiar with the Eastern Europe. Sorry, sorry, wrong end. Starting from here, and then some Swedish perspectives and Finnish researchers. I would like to ask with the question or initiating round with when we heard Heather A. Conley speaking about the need to prepare us for the future. And we, in Sweden and Finland, we had some kind of future before 2022. And then we have a NATO future now, 2024, and we didn't see it coming. But both countries were actually quite prepared to take the steps when the need came. So what are the new conditions now when we have listened to the Ukrainian speeches here and the comments, and we look ahead after the Russian elections? How is the European security landscape looking for you? Yeah.
Right, so I've been wondering what I'm doing here as a non-Swedish Finnish person. So, okay, it's the research, and this is fundamental because as I was listening to Heather, I was thinking that we're not really here to tell Sweden and Finland what to do, but rather to learn. What Sweden and Finland have been doing, it's really showing a lot of leadership, and there's a window of opportunity for Finland and Sweden to really show leadership in the European Union and in NATO. And why am I saying this? A lot of people have mentioned the polls. We've been conducting polls at the European University Institute since the full-scale invasion. And indeed, Sweden and Finland are the #1 supporters for EU enlargement to Ukraine, but also aid, military aid, and even inclusion in the labor market, of Ukrainians in the labor market, which we also know is a big issue for Europeans. And then there's a decision to join NATO in a situation in which many people fear the expansion of war. That is also putting Sweden and Finland in this leadership position. And not least, there's also this ability that Sweden and Finland has to speak between the East-West divide or across the East-West divide that we've been looking at as researchers for quite a long time, looking at European integration. So there is this role, there's this window of opportunity, and you cannot take it for granted. I know that one of your representatives, Kimmo Kiljunen, saying that there is this long history of support for anti-Russian action and worrying but so do the countries of Eastern Europe. They have a lot of history there, and that did not guarantee profound support for Ukraine. So support has been going down in countries that you would think would be very worried and would be in the front line of behavior for in support of Ukraine. So Romania, Bulgaria was never a support. Romania has been going down. It's the steepest decline since the start of the war. Slovakia, not to mention Hungary. Hungary is a Trojan horse for Russian interests in the European Union. So you can't take for granted even support in countries like Finland or Sweden right now. And we see this with Poland. And support also in Poland hasn't been continuous either. So what can we do in this situation? Well, I think that to add to what Ambassador Olga Dibrova said, you need air defenses and ammunition, but you also need enlargement. And this is a strong security guarantee. So the conditions have changed when it comes to how the European Union can provide a security guarantee for its members and for future candidates. We always talk about Article 5, right, NATO. And we've outsourced our defense capabilities to NATO and to the United States. But if you think about Article 5, Article 5 says that the allies can provide help to an attacked ally as they deem necessary. Whereas the less quoted Article 42.7 of the European Union says that all allies have an obligation to aid and assist with every means in their power. And that is a very different it's much stronger security guarantee that the European Union can offer than even NATO. But of course, we've never had that credibility because we do not have the same kind of defense possibilities and capabilities that the United States has. And that's why the defense part of everything that we're going to do and build together has to go in parallel with enlargement, because enlargement offers the most credible security guarantee to Ukraine, whereas membership in NATO is not a likely possibility, particularly not with how politics looks like in the United States. And last point would be that Sweden and Finland are also in a great position to help strengthen the transatlantic relationship, which is not as rosy as we make it out to be. I know that we have the impression that since the full-scale invasion, there has been all this cooperation that has been enhanced. It's not seen at a deeper, fundamental level. We have been at cross purposes to have a policy on Russia. We still want to have victory in Ukraine, but we have no long-term vision on what to do with Russia. We haven't decided on that. What are we going to do with Russia? And this is an issue on which Finland and Sweden can take a stronger position. And in the future Commission and after the elections, fighting for those positions in the leadership of the European Union that can really put forward a Swedish, Finnish agenda would be very important, not just for these countries, not for just Ukraine, but for European Union as a whole. So we're here to learn from you guys. How did you manage to be in such a good position?
Wow, many themes I will get back to, but to hear from the Swedish and Finnish colleagues, also a bit of pressure as well. Yes. A privileged position. How does the security landscape look for you in Sweden as a researcher?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of Sweden, but as a researcher following Russia for a long time, of course, in my opinion, the major turning point came not in 2022, to be honest, but in 2014. That's when Russia's war against Ukraine started, but Europe fell back to sleep afterwards. And so to those who fell asleep, yes, of course, what happened 2 years ago seemed as a big, tremendous shock, but in fact, it should not have come as a complete surprise, because Putin has been quite transparent in his goals. He wants to subjugate the countries that he considers to be part of Russia's so-called privileged sphere of interest. And the fact that Ukraine resisted that pressure meant that he decided to resolve it militarily. I think the major challenge from Russia under Putin, you can look at it in two dimensions. One is that it's structural. It's not necessarily the person of Putin as such, only him being the cause of all of our problems. We could be dealing with a much more profound problem inside Russia, which will be long-term and maybe with us, even though Putin may be gone at some point in the future. So I think that's the major lesson, is not to forget that we have a problem which can be very long-term, and we need to commit resources and think about the relationship in managing and containing Russia in the long term. The second dimension of this problem is, we could call it systemic. Putin is not happy with just subjugating his, closest neighbors. He wants to reorganize the European security order. He wants to have a new sort of rules of the game, and he is supported in this also by other countries with similar goals for various reasons, countries such as Iran or China, for example. And so they have more in common than we may sometimes assume, and they cause more of a systemic threat jointly than we may sometimes wish to believe.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation to speak and the very interesting conference so far. I was really struck by all the comments and contributions that came before. It kind of showed, when we think about the main theme of the conference and how Ukraine's future in the EU could look like, that the main issue definitely isn't with the ambition and the homework that Ukraine does, because it's just laudable how much the effort they put into their reforms under these difficult circumstances. The main issue is also not with Sweden and Finland, that are really strong in their support for Ukraine militarily, as well as when it comes to this membership perspective. I'm much more worried about the general political outlook in Europe going forward in the coming years, and what this will mean for the support of Ukraine and for our security posture more general. The EP elections are coming up, and over the weekend there was an opinion poll by Euronews on what are the main themes for the citizens in the EU for the European Parliament elections. And the big majority of voters didn't say that enlargement would be a big theme, or that climate security would be a big theme, but they mentioned the cost of living, and they mentioned inequalities in the society. So these are actually issues that many of the citizens in this region, but also elsewhere in Europe, are worried about. And when we then look towards enlargement, yes, it is manageable when it comes to the institutional changes that are on the horizon. It can be tweaked in that way. It is manageable when we look at the multi-annual financial frameworks and putting up bigger budget. But it will be much more difficult, possibly, to manage it politically, because there are a lot of disenfranchised constituencies in Europe. And there are also political forces at play in Europe and other countries that want to use this disenfranchisement to gain political advantage, and that might even come at the cost of the support for Ukraine. So you hear already, for example, discussions in Germany, military support versus social security. Where do we put the money in the future? Can we afford both? And these can be really toxic discussions for the support and for the perspective of Ukraine looking forward. I think one interesting development we see in the European Union right now is how this crisis, or how the war since 2022 has really elevated the role of the executive and of the European Commission. And von der Leyen has really taken up this challenge. And Heather Conley spoke of the Geopolitical Commission. I think when she announced her commissionership, started her commission, she didn't have enlargement in mind when thinking about the Geopolitical Commission. But this has become now one of the topics. Other topics are sanctions policy, suddenly very strongly initiated, guided by the European Commission together with member states. And a big topic now that since the security and defense industrial strategy was released 2 weeks ago is what can the EU do actually on defense industrial issues. And that raises also the expectations towards the next Commission leadership to get engaged there. But one has to be careful to not put too much emphasis on the Commission only because it remains an actor with very limited scope of competences when it comes to security and defense. It can do a lot on industry, it can do a lot on sanctions, it will be important on enlargement. But on the political side, really the leadership coming from member states, and especially the leadership coming from Germany and coming from France as this classical motor of integration and motor of foreign and security policy is crucial here. So that is something that also Finland and Sweden, I know, are aware of and work with partners in France and Germany. But this leadership duo has been lacking a bit in its cooperation, in its joint initiatives in recent years, and this will be something where also Finland and Sweden has to push for a strong leadership. And one last point is this will also be reflected in the choice of the European Council president coming up over the summer. Will this be a strong figure that we can send to the possibly new US president in the White House that can call for strong actions on the side of the EU in support of Ukraine, or what kind of personality is coming out of there?
Lots of things to continue then with. But
yeah, it's difficult to be the last one. But I mean, this was really interesting. We kind of started with the Nordics and then came all the way via Russia towards kind of European enlargement. But perhaps I will try to combine some of the themes and will contribute something on the enlargement as well. I think in Heather's comments, I mean, she really suggested that the EU enlargement has always been very geopolitical, not only now when we are talking about the next round, but also earlier. And I think from the European perspective, this sounds quite exotic or kind of like very American in a way, because at least I do recall the time, and I think there it is true that there was this kind of identity emphasis for sure that also Hanna mentioned today. But I think that there was avoidance of the geopolitical element through the enlargement, but in particular in the neighborhood policies. And for example, I think that the European message towards Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia, for example, was that they don't have to choose, that they can both cooperate with Russia and they can integrate with European structures, and they don't have to choose. So it's like positive sum game, not a zero sum game. And I think this was really dangerous because when we were advocating that, that was of course our vision of Europe, our vision of the world. Fair enough. But we also left these countries in a very vulnerable position by avoiding taking up the very difficult issues of hard security, and also just admitting that kind of the logics of Russia and the EU were really incompatible, and that they couldn't really, just that it is nice that we have this kind of very peaceful and cooperative vision, but if it doesn't match with the reality on ground, that is irresponsible and dangerous. And I think this is exactly what we now need to change and correct, so to speak. So I think it is very important that there is only one set of independent sovereign states in Europe, that every single state has the right to choose their own foreign and security policy, their own agenda in foreign policy, and their orientation. And I think it would be, and this of course gives a whole different framing for the enlargement this time around. Now that we know that if some states that are willing to join and are willing to do the reforms are not taken in or are in the waiting room for a very long time, I think that sends a message that there is a gray zone and that not all states are equal in Europe. And that would be destructive, I think, for the whole idea of Europe. So there is much more time pressure, and there is the geopolitical reality now. And this is something that cannot be ignored. And there is a huge pressure now to both widen and deepen the European integration. And that is a formidable challenge, of course.
I will continue with a couple of points here. You talked about the need of managing and containing Russia. You mentioned also the aspect we have discussed a lot here in Finland, the issue of Hungary, and whether we have in political movements or in entire countries sort of Trojan horses within the EU. And then, as we mentioned, the grey zone, and when we heard some aspects of political lack of political leadership, how do we actually manage and contain Russia in this kind of Europe, which, when you listen to the entirety of challenges and problems, can actually seem quite insurmountable. And then, as a Finn, our perspective has been very much sort of close the borders. We do not manage or contain Russia. We just see it as an issue we want to sort of separate, and we sort of hard geopolitical issues. So any thoughts or further comments on these lines? What constitutes a sort of European interest in this situation?
I think that, again, we can learn from, in this case, maybe Swedish politics. If the Swedes are good at something, that is coalition governments, even with minority governments with outside support, they're very good at negotiating. And when we learn about party politics in Europe, we have so much to learn about the ability to negotiate and create compromises and be moderate and so on. But we have a serious problem with the kind of compromises that many people, and a lot of people actually from the United States right now, so a lot of the people that I'm talking to are really thinking in these ways of big power or great power competition that are just not how the world looks like right now. So I love the Americans, right? I work for an American university, spend a lot of time there talking to a lot of them. They're really inspiring. They give great speeches, and they have this ability to have a broad view of things. But you sometimes feel most European when you are in the United States, when you tell them, hey, it's like, let's chill, take it down a notch, the enthusiasm and everything, and look at the grassroots, guys, okay? We have important, very specific issues that we need to deal with. And this isn't helpful, the great power competition and so on. And Ukraine has taught us that what they would have considered, and the Russians as well, like small powers or medium-sized powers and so on, are actually outsized in their ability to create effects and what to do. So I think that one of the things that we need to do is look at the countries that we would have, according to international relations theories, that were better suited for the Cold War. What we have to do right now is look at these ways in which smaller countries, or let's say medium powers, have the ability to change the conversation about how security looks like. And this is why I can't stress enough that it's not even Germany and France that should be at the forefront of decision making. It should be countries like Sweden and Finland put together. And the fact that there isn't, let's say, an Agenda 2030 coming out of these countries for the future is a missed opportunity. So, I can't speak for the European University Institute or Johns Hopkins and so on, but we can put forward an actual enlargement agenda, learning from the lessons of the past, acting as equal partners with the countries of Eastern Europe and with Ukraine and with candidates, and put forward an enlargement agenda that is not that critical, no, I wouldn't say it challenged, it's a bit challenged, the Franco-German proposal for enlargement, let's say, that is not very inclusive when it comes to how the future of Europe looks like.
Yes, I would also like to add something on the kind of the Nordics and how our situation here has changed as a kind of consequence of Russia starting the full-scale invasion in Ukraine. I mean, we used to have a common vision, but very kind of pluralistic institutional structure in Northern Europe. And now, of course, that we feel the Russia threat, it has really pushed us together, and it has made the structures much more unitary. Not only Finland and Sweden joining NATO, but of course also Denmark joining the CSDP, kind of opting out of the opt-out. And I think this is the way in which we should try to turn insecurity into security by common action, by preparing and planning and acting together. So that's a great example, and I would agree with that. But I think what helps is, of course, that we see the same from the same angle, and our threat perception, our situational awareness is very similar. Perhaps our political cultures are fairly similar, and it is easy to build on that. But then, if you look at other kind of hotspots where Russian threat is felt, of course, the Black Sea. And there you have none of the elements. You have NATO countries that actually see the urgency of act and the ways to act pretty differently. Then, of course, you have non-hostile, non-NATO countries like Russia. But then you also have hot war, protracted conflicts, you name it. You have all of that there. Very complex energy, security-related issues, and so on. But how could we? Like, I don't think that we can have stable Europe without kind of tackling also this kind of more challenging neighborhood. So for the Nordics, it's not enough to just think about our turf and take care of that, just the Baltic Sea or the Arctic. But we really have to contribute also to our common European security, and also towards solving the Black Sea challenges.
Common European security.
Yeah, common European security, and you asked about containment of Russia, and that's where I want to bring in another aspect that hasn't been mentioned in this panel so far, and also actually during the conference, but which I think is really important also for the Swedish and Finnish context. that when it is about containment of Russia, we cannot only think about this on the EU level, but we have to think about this on the global level as well. This is very obvious when we think about sanctions enforcement and how dual-use goods that were mentioned earlier, but also oil markets are still open to Russia via other channels. That is very clear when we look at the diplomatic front, where the EU was very active on trying to convince countries around the world, especially in the global south, to condemn Russia's war of aggression in the UN General Assembly. And it is also, it is really important also when we look at this war of narratives that is going on in the world about who's to blame for the war that is in Ukraine, and who's to blame for the knock-on effects that are there. So these are things that we have solved in the EU. We know who is in the wrong and who was in the right, and who was the perpetrator and who was the victim. But the discussions are still open elsewhere, and we have to also keep that in mind. And here I think the EU has lost a lot of credibility with global partners in its response to the war in Gaza. We had really this moral arguments on our side completely when it comes to Ukraine, but we lost this high ground and this moral arguments, especially in the initial response to the war in Gaza, but also now in our ineffectiveness of making a change there and let humanitarian aid get through. So we are suddenly not seen as this good guys in the world anymore that we like to be, and that we are when it comes to the support for Ukraine. And I think this dimension is also something that Sweden and Finland with European partners have to develop much more, and have to reach out much more to global partners, especially to contain Russia and isolate it more diplomatically, also economically in the world.
Not good guys anymore, and Sweden was mentioned. You don't represent Sweden, of course, but researcher working in Sweden. How do you listen to this conversation?
Well, no, it's all very interesting, and you know, when you think about Eastern Europe as, you know, perhaps the most important region for today's European Union, maybe, you know, I don't want to compare it to the Middle East, but I think Eastern Europe, if you think about this region, is the one which is the closest to us geographically and in many other ways. If you think about that, if you think about today's, let's call it Eastern Europe for the sake of simplicity, the regions are sort of outside of the current borders of the European Union. We have a historical sort of responsibility, which is sometimes forgotten. Because people forget history, and I know a lot of people here were, you know, talking about history today. So let me just mention some important dates: 1938, 1956, 1968. The Nazi dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, the Soviet invasion of Hungary, and then the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. Each time, the people in, let's call it Eastern Europe or Central Europe, they asked Western Europe for solidarity and for support, and it was not forthcoming. And then we had the disintegration of the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, and the same patterns were repeated again. In the Balkans, NATO had to intervene eventually, but with Moldova, it was occupied already in 1991 by Russian forces pretending to be not Russian forces. And then Russia was allowed to pretend that they were maintaining the stability with a peacekeeping mission. They repeated the same farce in Georgia, and they had acceptance for this to maintain so-called Russian peace forces, although they were very difficult to distinguish from, you know, regular armed forces of the Russian Federation. And then they annexed Crimea and inserted themselves into eastern Ukraine. And again, even the OSCE refused to call it a Russian invasion. They called it the conflict in and around Ukraine. I mean, this is how ridiculous the rhetoric was only 10 years ago. And nobody was willing to accept the problem and looking at it and talking with the language that was correctly describing what was actually going on. So we have been sort of deceiving ourselves for decades, thinking that we have this peace dividend when in fact instability was actually growing year by year, and it was coming closer and closer. And it was only 2 years ago that it became perhaps impossible to ignore it, but by then it had already been growing and brewing for 3 decades. So I think the first thing we need to do is to stop pretending that we can sort of reinvent the reality by using some language which is different from what reality is. And the second thing is, of course, to think and to be aware of the fact that the US may no longer, doesn't matter who will be the next president, we may no longer be able to rely on the US as a security provider to the same extent that we were used to since 1945 in Western Europe at least. And this means that we need a more European NATO and a more dedicated Europe in the alliance. And I think that will then be the magnet, the pull factor, which will keep also the US committed.
I would love to hear a bit of thoughts along the sort of NATO-EU relationship in Europe, within Europe, and moving from maybe US-supported NATO towards more European NATO. What does it mean for European Union? But just a sort of one question about, you mentioned these dates in history. What remains as sometimes mystery for a Finnish person is that why does the support for Ukraine now go down in these countries you mentioned that have lived through this history? Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, that was explicitly Slovakia. What does explain the sort of turning towards Russia, at least partially, with this kind of history? Because that, for a Finn, can certainly be a mystery.
So thank you so much for that question. It actually relates to your previous question about how to contain Russia. And the best way to contain Russia is by making sure they don't get away with the atrocities that they've produced in Ukraine. So the best way to contain Russia is to defeat Russia. Now, this message is not carried through by all politicians in all countries. So the source of the effect in the going down of support depends a lot on the kind of speech that the politicians of these countries have been putting forward. And this, again, I have to say that there is a lot to learn from Finland and Sweden, because there is a politics of responsibility, or at least I'm sure that you can say that more can be done. But this is how it's also seen from the outside, that there are areas that we don't play with. There are forces, political forces towards the far right that seem to want to be more contrarian rather than believing that it's a good idea to stay out of NATO, for example. But there is a sense of responsibility in not touching and not politicizing certain issues. This is not the case in countries on the eastern flank. And so there is variation in why you have countries that have different relations towards this war. And it all also comes down to fear. So Viktor Orban has managed to turn this conversation on how to deal with the war by staying out of it. So let's not bring it close. So there is still the memory of Russian occupation and all the problems that come with Soviet occupation or strained relationships after 1989, but it's being dealt with differently. And so there's the peddling of fear. In a country like Romania, they are at best Ukraine neutral, because again, a lot of nationalism, a lot of history that hasn't been dealt with, and there are no dense connections economically between Ukraine and Romania. The infrastructure is not connected either. There are no strong political ties. So there was this neutrality towards Ukraine because we have our problems, right? Why are we going to care about other people's problems? Bulgaria has a long history of connections to Russia in multiple ways. And another very shifting country is Germany. So we see support going down in Germany, and it's not just a legacy of Ostpolitik, including Russia, talking to Russia. It's also because the same thing, that irresponsible politicians that have really linked Europe to Russia even after the occupation of Crimea. So that is not something that is on Viktor Orban exclusively. It's also on the leadership of Germany, who was building Nord Stream 2 when Russia was taking over southern Ukraine.
Comments on that?
Right. So, I mean, it is interesting that the analysis may be pretty similar when it comes to Russia, but just the political conclusions drawn out of that analysis are almost the opposite in the case of Hungary, for example. But I don't really know the Central European countries that well, but what I can say from the about the countries that used to be the kind of eastern neighbors but are now candidate countries, for example, is that of course the ground is also shifting. And for example, Russia in the 90s and even in the early 2000s, I think, they were pretty successful by using the old methods of intimidation, corruption, kind of threats, kind of giving carrots and sticks, basically, and could really control the political elites that it had very good connections from the Soviet times and of course through various business links and so on. This kind of like nasty soft power, so to speak. But I think also these countries have really transformed their political systems, like for example in Ukraine. And actually their political elites are now held accountable to their people. And that kind of corrupt, kind of shady business with Russia no longer can continue. And that has really changed the whole dynamic. So I do think that, that these countries are really different countries that they used to be 30 years ago, and that has affected their relationship with Russia. So Russia's kind of old tricks no longer work. And this is when, of course, the military interventions come in. When you can't really have this managed corruption game in those countries, you really need to use brutal force to make the elites kind of come your way. And this is unsustainable. That, for future of Europe, I think that Russia will continue as long as it can before someone makes it stop. And I think it is high time that we realize this and that we build a longer term strategy. Not that we kind of have sanctions for some years and then try to reset the relationship. I mean, we are beyond that point. So I would also agree with fellow panelists that accountability, that Russia needs to be responsible for what it has done. And then on the other hand, containment through credible deterrence are kind of the key elements of sustainable peace in Europe.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you asked about EU-NATO relations.
Yeah, I would suggest we move to that. Just sort of introductory remarks on that. No matter what the outcome is in the US elections later this year, there is a trend that US is more preoccupied with the Pacific and their internal issues. Sweden and Finland joined NATO specifically because we didn't trust the European Union defense policy. We have never actually thought it was a security guarantee, even if the sort of article written is quite outspoken. German has not been a very sort of outspoken proponent of EU defense policy, and certainly not Britain before Brexit. Practice is done. And suddenly Finland and Sweden, we have come in NATO in into NATO, and suddenly we're facing with the questions that actually it should be European Union. So how do you see the sort of dynamics now in Brussels, so to say, between the headquarters a few miles apart, with different countries having different kind of positions in this dynamics, and with their relationship to the US? How should the Nordic countries as new NATO members see the situation?
Yeah, excellent question. I think first, the uncertainties in the transatlantic relationship, and then on top of this, the Russian war of aggression, they both have actually highlighted the need for deeper EU-NATO cooperation. So one could make the case now that Sweden and Finland are part of NATO, now that this military hard security support is in the center of deterrence and of European response in Ukraine, that suddenly EU's security and defense policy would be less important and would play less of a role. But I would strongly argue against it, against this notion. And why is that? Well, there is a lot of overlap between these two organizations, and it has only intensified. It's clear when we talk about the membership, because now we have Sweden and Finland as a NATO member. We also have Denmark as a full member of the CSDP. So the membership overlap is bigger. When we look at the overlap of tasks as well, of the things that these two organizations do, it is also growing bigger and bigger by the day. When it comes to countering hybrid threats, for example, when thinking about military capability development, issues of military mobility, even like hard security support, military support towards Ukraine. It's organized within NATO, which is close to the Rammstein group, but there's also the European Peace Facility. So even there is suddenly, these two organizations have intensified their overlap in many ways. So there's only the natural need for deeper cooperation. And that especially in front of the background that there's only a limited amount of military capacity in EU member states that have to be deployed either in support of meeting all the NATO goals that were just became just more ambitious in recent years, or to support the new strategic compass of the European Union and their goal of building rapid deployment capacity, which also involves certain force structures. So all of this needs to be coordinated now much closer between these organizations, and you see actually on both sides a new attempt to, has already happened years prior, but you see in Brussels a new attempt of working much closer together. And one important player in this, which is interesting, is actually the European Commission. It always used to be the Council or the European External Action Service, because they deal with CSDP, with the classical security and defense policy, that was working closely with NATO. It was the High Representative and the NATO Secretary General. Now we see the Commission in the lead, and we see von der Leyen and Stoltenberg signing new agreements. We see cooperation between Commission DGs on military mobility, on defense industry and NATO. So this cooperation has reached a whole new quality. I have to defend Germany for a second, because I cannot understand that,
I didn't try to attack Germany.
But I mean, you're right, of course, the cornerstone of German defense is NATO. That is quite clear. But Germany obviously has been a very strong supporter of the EU's security and defense dimension as well. Maybe always a little bit more with a focus on institutions and on creating great cooperation, less with a focus on actually make it actionable. That was more French, the French turf, but still, I just wanted to mention that.
I want to make a point that I did not attack Germany.
No one did.
But but I understand that in Finland there's this need to go towards consensus, so we can't have a lot of controversy. But now also that the ministers are back, to answer your question, I can reiterate that what we can do in NATO and the EU now is perhaps you can take that leadership role, right? So Sweden and Finland can take over NATO. They're on the job. They're in the job market.
I love your optimism,
No,
but
there's a job opening up, Secretary General, and why we understand that you cannot have another leader from a Nordic country because we've had too many of those and they've been quite good, so now we should have another one. There is that opportunity to make sure that the goals, the commitment that Sweden and Finland have shown to Europe's security is placed in a central role. And if that is not possible, then again, there's going to be a new commission. There's going to be a need for a new a high representative for foreign policy. And at least that you can take over, right? I mean, some negotiation.
We'll see. We'll see.
And at that point, making the mutual defense clause, so Article 42.7, which guarantees support for member states as a core, as a fundamental, put the full credibility of your commitment for European security behind what this treaty actually claims to be able to do. So, yeah, I know that you keep saying I put too much pressure on what Sweden and Finland can do, but there is just such a great window of opportunity.
No, it's just that it's sort of new perspective because we are not used to it. How do we, as a sort of societies, new NATO members, do we understand the dynamics between NATO as a political institution and EU as defense organization? Sort of these new roles, or sort of as we haven't been actually discussing NATO from that perspective at all. Maybe you as researchers have, but from general public view, very new to us.
Well, I mean, just a very brief comment on that. I just feel that, at least personally, I'm a Finnish pragmatist, so I don't really see the problem of having two institutions that are supporting, just like Niklas was saying here, that, you know, we have overlapping memberships. So how come that would be such a difficult thing to... And also I think that the thing with NATO is, of course, that regardless of how Article 5 is formulated, since you know that it's backed by defense planning, military planning, and you have kind of, you know how to play together, and you have those plans. It is, of course, very different from sort of EU's formulations where, you know, nothing is really there apart from solidarity, of course, towards other member states, but it is something less tangible, and that makes it different, not so much the wording of the article itself, I think. So let's not make it a big deal.
Martin, your take on this?
I have no particular take on this affair, I'm afraid.
You don't need to. As sort of, you mentioned the need to see this as a global issue. I think lots of the commentary since 2022 here in Finland on our road to NATO has concentrated on our border with Russia, has concentrated on the solidarity with Ukraine, and whether or not Europe is doing enough to help and what's Germany's take on that. Less mention and less talk about Iran, even China, the global powers. How should we understand Finland's and Sweden's sort of role from that perspective, or is that also sort of a case for pragmatism and sort of, but key elements to understand if you're not familiar with that kind of security, sort of overlooking global scene?
Well, I think as two small states in a much conflicted world, I think international law should not just be seen as some idealistic goal that can be attained somewhere in the future, but as a hard, realistic interest, actually. And if you speak about the defense of Taiwan, well, it begins in Ukraine. And this is why you cannot easily separate any of these things, because they are connected. And if Xi Jinping ever had some idea that he might get away with, annexing Taiwan, perhaps it was because he saw what happened in 2014 after the Crimea annexation, and how easily, in retrospect, we can see that Russia got away with this blatant act of violating international law. And so Sweden's and Finland's, interests are clearly aligned, with countries such as Ukraine and Taiwan and any other country that is in the sort of so-called privileged interest sphere of other aspiring great powers who want to violate international law. And so joining a club such as NATO could be a good idea, because that's the biggest and simplest deterrent you can imagine against any such threats.
We had our FIA forum last week to pitch and make a bit of advertisement for our institute as well, but it had a focus on the Global South. We had participants from the Global South also on the panel, and one of the many messages that it delivered was that we have to stop looking at countries in the Global South, for example in Africa or Asia, as a playground where great power politics takes place and wars happen somewhere, and where we intervene and have crisis management, and but otherwise retreat and just see them as mere theaters sometimes. I mean, I'm exaggerating a bit, of course, and have to see them as players that are important, that have their strong agency, a strong interest, and more don't see themselves represented in these institutional order, that set of rules that you just mentioned, which we have to uphold, yes, but which we also have to reform in a certain way to adjust it to this changing world, and who are extremely important, these countries, in, as I said earlier, also rallying support in condemning Russia's war of aggression. So we have to change our mindset about how we look at them, not as playgrounds, but more as players, and meet them more on an eye level. So I think that has been one of the problems in recent years, especially after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, because we began to see a lot of these conflicts, and for good reason as well. But for example, in Mali, in the Sahel region, suddenly also as a geopolitical contest where Russia is, of course, engaged, and where we have to counter Russia, or we have to counter China. But we have to also think about the local players and their interests.
Yes, maybe
just
this is
wrapping
one,
up, so thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe this is just one area where Sweden and Finland don't necessarily have to be in the front row. So that's what I'm going to say.
Case for pragmatism, maybe.
Because it is mostly the countries with the colonial past that have to deal with how this situation works in relation to the Global South. But when you guys take over the foreign policy of the European Union, indeed, this is a major problem. So no country in Latin America is sanctioning Russia. There is a major issue with a vacuum of leadership, and not to mention Western leadership towards the Global South. And this is something that we can see in all the polls that we've been conducting, in how these countries refer to Europe. So it's also important to put on your list when you solve Europe.
Lots of complex questions, and I thought that we had luxurious 50 minutes or so, but the time is up. And thank you for your insights and commentaries, and we will look forward to us taking over the NATO and the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you.
Så där, välkommen tillbaka.
And then I want to welcome back our honorable ministers, and hopefully you had a very good bilateral meeting and also a press conference after that. And again, welcome to the podium to give us your conclusive remarks. And I have certain comments here too that I might also, and questions that I might ask. So let's get back to the European Union, Sweden, Finland, and NATO, and Ukraine, where we started from this morning. I already asked you about the support given to Ukraine, the path to the European Union, and the reforms that are needed to a certain extent. But now, as we've spoken about the position of Sweden and Finland, and you held your own meeting, how do you, as ministers, see the long-term scene for foreign and defense policy in the Nordics, where it is not about Nordics only, or Ukraine only, apologies, and the need for strengthening of the security policy of Europe, especially if the US aid takes its own road. So what is your understanding? Not a very minor question, I know. Thank you. When entering the venue, we both thought that perhaps this has now made progress very fast, listening to the proposals given. And should we start from what we and my colleague already confirmed, that as both countries have joined NATO, it changes the situation for both. And it is about a platform that didn't exist before, such as the Nordic Council and other institutions which have existed for a long time, since the 1950s. But as we all are aware, security policy could not be discussed due to the situation of Finland, and also as Norway, Denmark, and Iceland were members of NATO, and we were not. So this has changed fundamentally, and that, of course, gives us a totally different basis for our dialogue for defense and security policy. And the fact that there are two countries, Poland and Germany, who also have to be involved in this debate. It is delightful that Finland, now chairing the Baltic Sea Council, which earlier was a bit of an organ just having sweet dreams, but currently represented by all states that are needed for this dialogue. So if we look beyond Ukraine, although it is a bit difficult at the moment, considering the situation, and this week I shall give a statement to the Swedish Parliament, but there are matters that are to be taken into account. So just concretely speaking, Russia will be an existential threat to our security. And I'm not just speaking about Finland and Sweden, the Baltic Sea states, or Europe, but globally. It is about our values and our principles, global principles, human rights, democracy, that are now under threat. Therefore, we have to take the war in Ukraine seriously. And at the same time, everywhere in the world, there are situations where these values are put to threat. Therefore, the European Union, the NATO, as well as the United Nations have to protect these principles. Presidential elections are upcoming in the United States, so let's not speculate too much about the outcome. But now, suddenly, we speak a lot about the need that the European Union should bear a stronger responsibility for its own defense, countering hybrid threats and internal threats. We also say that they are important to be taken into consideration within the EU. And at the same time, the NATO members wish to strengthen the NATO dimension as new members. The political corridors are not yet very well known by ourselves. What do you think of that cooperation? Do we have a joint path even in future, walking along those corridors? I might start, as that is one of my favorite topics. In the government program of Finland, the first time it has been written that the important measures that the EU should take and we should concentrate, and then also what NATO should concentrate on, they have been written into it. Of course, there are overlapping aspects between both organizations, but something that will not change is that EU is a civilian organization and NATO is a command structure. So if we really have to defend ourselves at all levels, NATO has plans for that and all necessary structures to it. And in practice, we have seen that it functions. With regards to the threats, there are many of them currently, even in Finland. If we look towards our eastern borders and what has taken place with our critical infrastructure, that is something which also belongs to the NATO, but also to the European Union, and therefore the European Union should function better with this regard. We have our defense industry, and we are able to make it stronger, which is an important issue for the European Union rather than for NATO. Then there are matters about military mobility and how we manage to put in place an infrastructure in the case of a potential need for defense, which is more a matter for the EU than NATO. So there are many things in the defense and in the foreign and defense policy which are applicable to both organizations, but it is important to have a close cooperation and avoid overlapping activities, but complementing each other instead of repeating the same things, being inefficient and doing them in two different places.
Inte så nya, vi har varit med i Partnership for Peace.
Well, thank you. Well, we are not really new NATO members as such because we've been partners with NATO for a long time, so we do know the dynamics of the organization. But at the same time, we can say that Sweden feels that irrespective of Russia's actions, the EU must increase its own capacity in terms of defense. We need more defensive and defense industry in the EU member states. And we must realize that we cannot rely on American help here. But of course, that doesn't mean that we should abandon the transatlantic link. No, we can't do that. It's crucial that we maintain good relationship with the EU, with the US. And we must continue cooperation. But of course, we need to really be effective here in terms of this cooperation and this ramping up of the defense industry. And this is especially important for Sweden, as we have a lot of defense and military industry in our country. We have a lot of research that is going on, and that is important in terms of our NATO membership, but also in terms of our EU membership. And I believe that this is a very important strategic discussion that we must have at various levels in the EU in the coming years. Okay, we are nearing the closure of our seminar, and you, our ministers, you have had your bilateral talks. We have heard from our Ukrainian counterparts. So what are the most important conclusions that you can make after the morning's session? Maybe one or two thoughts if you have. Well, there are many things that we agree upon. Well, how about things that you disagree on? Well, I think we could have been sitting down for hours and still wouldn't have found anything. But what Tobias now said about the transatlantic relationship, that remains important also in the future, and that is an important aspect to bring up. So irrespective of what happens in the US presidential election this year, well, we of course respect their choice. It's a free and fair election, and the Americans must choose their own future, but we must focus on the things that we can have an impact on. So we must show the Americans why it is important that we continue supporting Ukraine, and we must show them that we are willing to do our utmost in NATO as well, and that we will continue doing our best, and that we will maintain our business relationship as well, so that trade continues uninterrupted, so that both of us can be reinforced economically as well. And as Minister Billström said, we must not let any of that go by or let it slip. Yes, thank you. I support everything that Elina said, but it is important that we, as the ministers of foreign affairs, we have an important role in the foreign relations of our countries. It is important that we now get new energy from our NATO membership, and that we have more and more cooperation at various levels inside NATO and outside of it. The Swedish Prime Minister has said that we have come home to NATO, and he said that we have come home, meaning Sweden and Finland, because we have a very special relationship between our two countries, and that is why it's important that we have done that together. And we have actually been carrying out an historical analysis of our relationship. And here, when we are sitting here on the stage as representatives of two NATO countries, that's very important to us. And of course, we will be focusing our discussions on how to make sure that Ukraine prevails over Russia and that Russia loses in the battlefield. That is the only crucial thing here, and that is the only outcome that we can allow to make sure that Russia does not continue its attack in other directions. And that is why we need to support Ukraine. That is our key foreign policy task in the coming years. And that's all from me. Thank you. Thank you, ministers. Thank you, ambassadors.
Thank you for the day. Thank you tack att jag fick vara moderator här. Now it's time for lunch. That's served upstairs. And thank you for all the interesting remarks, and thank you, panelists. Have a nice day. Hello.
Maxim Kravchuk from Embassy of Ukraine.
Oh,
First of
nice
all,
meeting
thank
you.
For really